Chapter 989. An hour later, on the balcony of the dilapidated apartment, Second Last stood at the boundary between the living room and the balcony with her arms crossed in front of her body. She silently stared at the person sitting on the ground in silence with his head lowered. Second Last had been expressionless, but at this moment, she was a little worried. She didn't want Jiang Xiao to fight alone. Hence, she accompanied him. However, after Second Last cleared the obstacle for him and made him fall into a deep sleep, there was nothing else for her to do. Apart from keeping a lookout, she couldn't help Jiang Xiao at all. She watched as he repeatedly transformed his star into a weapon, backtracked, verified the type of star map, and watched the process of possession. She just looked at him silently. His face became more and more ugly and more pale. From a soldier who would report a few sentences at first, he became an autistic young man. In fact, after transforming his star into a weapon, the Star Warrior would fall asleep due to lack of energy. It seemed to be a side effect and a weakness. However, in fact, it was a form of protection for the Star Warrior. The body was reminding the Star Warrior that it couldn't take so much. You can't go on like this. We need a rest. If you insist, I'll collapse and make you pass out. However, Jiang Xiao was different. He used the bait to transform his star into a weapon time and time again, exhausting his energy. Both he and the bait experienced the extreme fatigue and discomfort. On the other hand, the main body didn't really consume a lot of energy and was just empathizing with the bait. That allowed Jiang Xiao to summon the bait again and again. As long as he had enough star power, the process could be repeated. In fact, the word empathizing was not accurate. After all, every one of them was Jiang Xiao. When a person was so ruthless to himself, Second Last had no reason to say anything, regardless of whether his mission was successful or not. It's about time. Jiang Xiao looked up at Second Last and forced a smile. You can transform now. Second Last looked at his awkward smile and nodded gently. Jiang Xiao once again summoned a sparring partner who was lying on the ground with his back against the fence. He raised his head and his eyes became empty again, with stars flickering in them. At the same time, Jiang Xiao opened the door to the world of calamity and shadow and stepped in. He turned around to look at Second Last, only to realize that she had yet to move and was instead guarding the training partner. Jiang Xiao thought about it and decided not to call Second Last. Instead, he closed the door of the world of calamity and shadow. Changing the star atlas would emit an unusually dazzling light. At 3 in the morning in Balan City, it would be very dazzling. Within the world of calamity shadow, Jiang Xiao stood silently. Under the effect of perception, he watched everything that happened in his training partner's eyes as a 9-star atlas bloomed from his body. The star chart that was arranged into a formation was slowly changing. 1 second, 2 seconds. The star map in front of Jiang Xiao emitted a dazzling light like a small sun that could blind people. A few seconds later, as the light of the star map in front of him dissipated, the 9 stars in front of him were arranged to form the outline of his clothes. Behind the 9-star slots, there was a wave of star power that was as rich as the sea that was surging manically. The layers were distinct, and the shape of the sea-devouring soul was outlined on the basis of the outline of the 9 stars. Jiang Xiao could not open his internal star map at the moment, because it was still in the midst of being closed and adjusted. However, Jiang Xiao knew that if it could give him information, the option to create a new star map in the brackets behind the star technique, star's Earthlight, would definitely become 3/3. Due to the fact that there was no internal star map, there was no information to tell Jiang Xiao what the new star map was called. Jiang Xiao had once named transforming star into martial weapon, Garish Blade. He had also seen Ho Mingming star map, Withered Bow. If he was not wrong, the cloak star map should be called Sea-Devouring Soul. Jiang Xiao carefully experienced it for a while, and the cloak in front of his chest gradually emitted a strange light, as if it was about to break out of his body. Jiang Xiao hurriedly retracted the star map and dispersed the star power fluctuations. Now is not the time for experiments. Jiang Xiao opened the door of space, and the training partner walked past him and stepped in. Jiang Xiao reached his hand out to Second Last and said, "Let's go back." If it were any other day, second last might have let Jiang Shao walk over. However, she did not do so at this moment. Second last walked towards him and asked, "Did you succeed?" Jiang Shao nodded and said, "It's just the first step. Maybe the rest of the journey will be more difficult." Second last said, "Actually, you don't have to be so pessimistic." "Huh?" Jiang Shao asked in bewilderment. Second last said, "We advance to the starry stage for the sake of the benefits of enlightenment, so that we can know how to operate our star maps and what their effects are. Although you've skipped this step, you've gotten the results directly." Jiang Shao raised his brows slightly and said, "Do you mean that I already know the effects of Star Transformation Weapon and have gotten the results? The process is no longer important?" Second last pursed her lips and remained silent. Jiang Shao did not ask any more questions. The two of them flashed from the dark Balan city to the bright Huaxia. Second last looked around and realized that Jiang Shao had taken her back to his lounge. She reached her hand out and opened the door of her space. "Go in and rest." Jiang Shao hesitated for a moment and nodded in agreement. "Okay, sure." In second last training space, Jiang Shao plopped onto the bed. It was a bunk bed that Jiang Shao had gotten from second last when the sparring partner was training with her day and night. There was no bedding and only a hard wooden plank. White ray appeared in Jiang Zhao's hand, and he gently rubbed his forehead to relieve his fatigue. At the same time, he also felt giddy with bliss. A few short seconds passed, and the light in Jiang Zhao's palm disappeared. He had completely fallen asleep. He slept until the middle of the night. His body did not suffer much damage, and he wouldn't sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. He was just not in a good state of mind. He had indeed been tensed up for too long. Of course, there was no alternation between day and night in the Scourge ruins. Jiang Shao opened his own Scourge world and switched to a new sparring partner, while his main body was the sea-devouring soul, Cloak Star Map. As soon as the sparring partner appeared, Gardener Skin was already waiting for him. Since they were both Jiang Shao, there was obviously no need for communication. As Gardener Skin opened the Scourge training space, the sparring partner stepped in. Among them, Gu Xian was standing not too far away, sweating profusely with his hands on his hips. He was staring at the floral bull helplessly. "What's the matter?" Gu Xian saw Jiang Shao walking in, but he was bewildered. "This outfit, black t-shirt and jeans? Is this a new bait?" The sparring partner greeted Gu Xian and said, "You're very hard-working, aren't you?" Gu Xian humphed and asked curiously, "Why did you send it in?" The sparring partner smiled and pointed at the flower pot bowl. "You can beat it, right? What a joke." Gu Xian was immediately displeased. "I'm at the peak of the galaxy, after all. It only has one output star technique that needs to be shaken before casting. You're looking down on me, aren't you? Okay, that's good. Guard me." Jiang Shao, the sparring partner, nodded and stopped arguing with Gu Xian. Gu Xian frowned and thought, this Jiang Shao is abnormal. If it were any other time, he would have spouted nonsense, but now. Gu Xian looked at the sullen Jiang Shao and couldn't help but step forward. Regardless of what Jiang Shao was going to do, his request was very clear: guard. At the next moment, Gu Xian watched in horror as a 9-star cloak appeared in front of Jiang Zhao's chest. Gu Xian initially thought that he was already numb and would be able to accept whatever Jiang Shao did. However, it seemed now that he was still too young. Jiang Shao stepped forward and gently stroked the floral bull's body with one hand, repeatedly stroking its skin. However, the floral bull ignored Jiang Shao. After being woken up, it simply changed the terrain and continued to lower its head to eat the flowers. Jiang Shao reckoned that it would not be long before it fell asleep when sleepiness struck. He could tell that it was a good bull that went with the flow. Slowly, the star map on Jiang Zhao's body finally broke through the shackles of the pattern on his chest and broke out of his body. Moo! The floral bull's body suddenly stiffened and turned its head to look at Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao hurriedly rubbed the floral bull's skin gently and whispered, "Good, good, it's okay." At the side, Gu Xian immediately heaved a sigh of relief. That's right. That's the way to activate the king of toxic healers. That's the way. Gu Xian looked left and right, only to find that the cloak that broke out of Jiang Zhao's body was just dancing around the floral bowl and did not do anything to hurt it. Jiang Zhao thought about it and said, Xian. Gushan said, huh? Jiang Zhao said, I'm afraid I'll have to stab its chest. Gushan said in confusion, Go ahead and stab it. Can stop you? Jiang Zhao turned to look at Gushan, blinked, and said, Can you help me hold it down? Gushan grinned and said, It's so troublesome. Do you have to keep it alive? Jiang Zhao said, Of course. Gushan said, Is it okay if it faints? Jiang Zhao thought about it and said, Sure. At the next moment, Gushan's eyes turned into two pupils and interfered with the star power in the floral bull's body. He waved the illusory hammer in his hand continuously and smashed it on the floral bull's head. Jiang Zhao retreated continuously and exclaimed, Hey, be gentler. Don't kill it. If it were an ape ghoul king of the same level, why don't you try smashing it again? Well, of course, even if it were an ape ghoul king, it probably wouldn't be much stronger under Gushan's shocking hammer. Not long after, the alarmed flower plate cow that was running around in all directions fell down, smashing into the flower fields. Gushan stood up straight and said, In the future, you'll have to do this yourself. You're also in the galaxy stage. With your skills, you'll be able to knock out decoy without any star techniques. Jiang Zhao quickly walked towards the floral bull that had fainted and casually answered, I'm already in the galaxy stage. Gushan froze for a full 3 seconds before exclaiming, Damn it! Jiang Zhao squatted down and said, I thought that this place was a little special and I couldn't go out to look for low-level creatures for the time being. I didn't want to waste this period of time, so I could only use it for experiments. While speaking, Jiang Zhao turned to look at Gushan and said, Xian. Gushan asked, What's the matter? Jiang Zhao gestured and said, Give me a cut in this part. Gushan stepped forward and slashed with the redbud sword in his hand. Jiang Zhao put his hand in, and a cloak star map appeared in front of his chest. He turned his head and looked at Gushan before saying, Next, it's time to witness a miracle. Gushan looked at Jiang Zhao, who had regained his composure and began to spout nonsense again. No matter what, he refused to believe that Jiang Zhao was already in the galaxy stage. At the next moment, Gushan saw the star map on the cloak in front of Jiang Zhao enter the wound of the Huatuan bull through Jiang Zhao's arm. Waves of energy that were visible to the naked eye surged towards the wound. Jiang Zhao opened his mouth wide and raised his head dumbfoundedly. 5 seconds later, his eyes turned white and his body tilted to the side before falling onto the ground. Gushan was dumbfounded. Xiaopi. After waiting for a while, Gushan sensed that something was amiss. He hurriedly stepped forward and pulled Jiang Zhao out of the pool of blood in the flower field, only to discover that Jiang Zhao had already passed out. The star map was gone, Jiang Zhao had passed out, and the bull was dead. Gushan stood in the flower field in a daze and thought, What's going on in the middle of the night? What's your miracle? Is it instant sleep? If that's the case, I can create miracles every day. Peak. Chapter 990. Hey, Sharon. The door suddenly opened, and Jiang Zhao and the gardener jumped in. Gushan placed his hands on his hips and looked at the two Jiang Zhao speechlessly. What are you guys doing here? Jiang Zhao chuckled and said, I'm here to heal the bull. By the way, are you tired? Go take a shower? Have a good sleep too? While speaking, Jiang Zhao threw a ray of bell at the flowery plate cow, and the leaping rays of medical light shuttled back and forth. The collar bull was of the gold quality and had a strong vitality. Gushan had only cut its skin, and Jiang Zhao had only reached his hand in. He did not crush its heart. The collar bull was not completely dead yet, and with Jiang Zhao's bell, it would be fine. Jiang Zhao planned to throw it back to the Huahai pasture and never touch it again. This cow had already made a valuable contribution to the scientific research. If it could survive, it would, of course, live a retired life and enjoy the rest of its life. Gushan bent down and picked up the sparring skin before throwing it at the gardener's skin. Hurry up and leave. You and you. Hurry up and leave. Don't disturb my training. Jiang Zhao immediately reset the sparring skin, and the three Jiang Zhaos stood rooted to the ground. It wasn't that he didn't want to continue experimenting, but rather there was something wrong with the star map. He needed to think about it and digest the information he had just obtained. Jiang Shao picked up the collared bowl with one hand and dashed towards the exit. The gardener's skin said, "Yeah, that's right. Train hard and hurry up to Galaxy." When he said Galaxy, he deliberately emphasized it. Gu Shiren's face stiffened. "Damn it, I'll send you breakfast tomorrow. Bye." Jiang Shao laughed and leaped out of the training space with the gardener's skin. Gu Shiren glared at the sparring skin angrily and asked, "Why aren't you leaving yet?" The sparring skin shrugged and said, "Since I'm here, I'll check on the results of your recent training. Shiren, go and bring me my heavenly halberd." Gu Shiren muttered, %yen hashtag at hashtag yen. The sparring hide stayed in the training space to accompany Gu Shiren. After Jiang Shao sent the bull to second last, he opened the door and returned to second last training space to train while pondering quietly. By the time it was 3 a.m., Jiang Shao was already drenched in sweat under the dim starlight in second last Scourge ruins. The slender silhouette held a bow and arrow in his hand, shooting rapidly towards the distant night sky. Swoosh, swoosh sounds rang out incessantly. His eyes seemed to be able to lock onto everything. The spatial positioning effect of the star map not only had a chemical reaction with his archery skills, but it also allowed Jiang Shao to possess the star technique of perception to a certain extent. For example, if Jiang Shao could lock onto the fog dragon in advance, he would be able to quickly find and lock onto them regardless of the environment and what star techniques they used. Ding! Ding! One by one, the bamboo arrows hit the air wall. Jiang Shao did not do anything fancy. He just stood straight on the spot, his body turned sideways, his pair of 9 starry eyes piercing through the invisible air wall, staring at the distant cold stars. Whoosh, another arrow that was filled with star power was shot out quickly. His movements were smooth and pleasing to the eye. However, Jiang Shao suddenly turned around because he heard footsteps behind him. "You still know how to come back?" Jiang Shao stared at the tall figure with a look of resentment. "It's already 3 a.m. You're only home now. Where did you go?" Second last was dumbfounded. Jiang Shao blinked and said, "Say something." Second last glanced at Jiang Shao coldly and seemed to have wanted to say something, but she no longer had the desire to. Hence, she turned around and walked towards the bed. Jiang Shao stared at her back and felt that something was amiss. He hurriedly chased after her and asked with concern, "I'm just joking with you. You don't have a temporary mission, do you?" Second last walked towards the bed in the corner that was leaning against the air wall. She tilted her body and lay on the lower bed, placing her arm over her eyes and ignoring Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao plopped down on the lower bunk and squeezed her legs inwards. "What exactly happened?" "The higher-ups ordered us to set off tomorrow and return to the northwest. The two of them are still working together to do the final data analysis." Second last finally spoke. "Oh." Jiang Shao finally felt relieved and said, "Go to sleep then. What time do we set off tomorrow? I'll wake you up." 7 a.m. As second last spoke, she didn't move her arm away from her eyes, but she extended her left hand. Then, a hidden dragon with a translucent silhouette appeared. Jiang Shao was overjoyed and exclaimed, "You successfully absorbed your star pet. That's great." "Yeah." Second last turned around and lay on her side on the bed. She then curled up her body and faced the air wall. "You should nurture your relationship with it while it's still young." For some reason, Jiang Shao felt that second last was implying something. Second last said, "Don't disturb me." Jiang Shao said, "Oh." While speaking, Jiang Shao turned around and saw the silhouette floating in front of him. He stretched his hand out, only to see that the faint silhouette in front of him drifted backwards, seemingly a little afraid. Jiang Shao thought about it and said, "Let's go. I'll take you to a fun place." Jiang Shao then opened his calamity shadow world. In front of him, the faint outline of the dragon tilted its head and Jiang Shao strode in. Half of his body was exposed outside the door. He waved at the hidden dragon and said, "Come on." The hidden dragon turned around to look at its master, who was resting, and then at the young man at the door. All of a sudden, it was at a loss for what to do. Second last suddenly said, "Go ahead." After a long while, the hidden dragon finally caught up with her. Jiang Shao was a little curious too. It's only been a few days, yet the hidden dragon can already understand Chinese? The intelligence and learning ability of this creature is really strong. Is that also a manifestation of its high race value? Of course, it should be unrealistic for it to completely master Chinese, but it seems that it can already understand some simple words. Jiang Shao closed the space door and his eyes were red. Under the bright night sky, dark clouds gathered. The drizzle was cool and it touched Jiang Shao and the hidden dragon youngling's body. This also allowed Jiang Shao to better locate the hidden dragon youngling. Of course, the domain tier also gave Jiang Shao the ability to fly. The drizzle outlined the entire outline of the hidden dragon's body. As long as it didn't activate its stealth body, Jiang Shao would still be able to see its outline. He wouldn't feel that there was a bug in this world. At the same time, Jiang Shao secretly marveled at the exquisite structure of the dragon-like creatures. The dragon's head was completely in the image of an Easter dragon. The small dragon horns and dragon whiskers were especially vivid. It was about 70 centimeters long and had 4 claws, each with 4 toes. The difference between 3 claws for claws and 5 claws should be that the more toes it had, the more powerful it would be, right? The imprisoned dragon was of star quality, and Jiang Shao had once drenched its body with domain tears. It was indeed 5-clawed, which made sense. However, why did the fog dragon and crystal dragon have 3 claws, while the diamond quality hidden dragon and star dragon have 4 claws? Jiang Zhao's body slowly floated forward, and he turned around to wave at the hidden dragon. "Come." The hidden dragon coiled in the drizzle and seemed to have a tendency to play around. It really liked the rain. Jiang Shao flew out faster and faster, and the hidden dragon's youngling also caught up with him. Its slender body wrapped around Jiang Zhao's body and floated around. The two of them flew for a long time, and Jiang Shao pressed one hand on the hidden dragon's youngling. The two of them then flashed and arrived in front of the stone villa. It was one of Jiang Zhao's regrets that he couldn't get along well with Han Jiangshue's star dragon. Now, Second Last had made up for it. Second Last was right. It was the best opportunity to nurture the hidden dragon while it was still young and easy to talk to. Jiang Shao pointed at the villa in front of him and said, "This is our home. Your master will occasionally stay here too. Do you understand?" In the drizzle, the hidden dragon's youngling looked around but didn't give Jiang Shao any response. "Okay." Jiang Shao flew up to the highest floor and entered the 3rd floor of the villa from the platform outside the 3rd floor. After entering the house, Jiang Shao looked around and walked to the door of the innermost room on the west side. He then pushed the door open and said, "Hey, this is your master's room. Look, does it look familiar?" The hidden dragon's youngling looked in the direction of Jiang Zhao's finger and saw a huge bed. There was a huge printed and framed photo hanging on the stone wall right above the bed. "Hiss!" The hidden dragon's youngling let out a soft sound and swam over slowly. Its cold body brushed against Jiang Zhao's face and neck. The texture was simply invincible. The hidden dragon's youngling swam to a meter above the bed and stared at the huge photo on the wall with its invisible eyes. It was its master who was holding a corpse in her right hand and a huge pale white flower in her left. She was sniffing the fragrance of the flower with her eyes closed. In fact, Jiang Shao initially wanted to remove the corpse, but it would be too ugly to censor it. He wasn't skilled enough, and he couldn't get an outsider to print it. Hence, he could only do it himself. So I'll leave it like this. Anyway, no one comes here and she lives alone. No one else can see her. However, to be honest, the corpse was not an ordinary corpse. She was a star transformation member, Liana. At present, Second Last had yet to see this scene. When she returned home and saw the photo, Jiang Shao even thought that she might prefer the thing in her right hand over the flower in her left hand. The hidden dragon floated in the air and turned around curiously before tilting its head. Unfortunately, its semi-invisible silhouette reduced the effect of its dazed and adorable appearance. Jiang Shao said, Don't provoke her in the future. You must always be obedient. She's especially hot-tempered and cruel. Jiang Shao didn't think that he was bad-mouthing second last. He just felt that the concept had to be instilled in her from a young age. That way, it would be easier for second last to control and command the hidden dragon in the future. Second last's temper and personality were definitely impossible to change. If the hidden dragon were to grow up in the normal way, it would definitely be an arrogant species. Hence, it would definitely be a hidden danger. Compared to Han Jiangxue, who had already become the star dragon mother, Jiang Shao was more worried about how second last, who wasn't good at expressing her emotions, should be positioned to live and fight alongside the hidden dragon in the future. Jiang Shao was glad that Han Jiangxue had found such a position. Some men and women who reared puppies and kittens often called themselves that way too. The relationship between the owners and their pets would also develop a deep bond. The relationship between Baishan, snow-feathered Xiao Xiao, and second last had almost given Jiang Shao the answer. It was a living example. She didn't seem to treat Xiao Xiao as a pet, but more like a soldier. She was extremely demanding and strict with Xiao Xiao. However, second last training method couldn't be said to be wrong. After all, everyone had their own characteristics and ways of doing things. During the first exploration of the Dragon Cave, Xiao Xiao's performance was outstanding. She was extremely well-educated and obedient. In the face of a dragon race that was at least a rank stronger than them, and a large number of them at that, Xiao Xiao had always led the other White Mountain Snowfeather clans as their role model and leader. She had never dropped the ball. Hence, it was especially necessary to nurture the hidden dragon from a young age and instill some good ideas in it. Jiang Shao looked at the dumbfounded look on the hidden dragon's face and knew that it probably didn't understand those words. It's okay. We'll come often in the future. I'll definitely let you understand how terrifying this ferocious lynx is. Chapter 991. The next morning, the Guardians of the Night of the Northwest issued a mandatory order to the Tail Feather team and communicated with the Dragon Cave base. The Tail Feather team boarded the military plane flying to the northwest. On the other hand, Jiang Shao and second last received another order. After taking Xia Yin and Han Jiangxue to the headquarters of the Tail Feather team in Dazhong province, second last, and Jiang Shao jumped off the plane when it passed by Jincheng City in Longgang province. Yes, they didn't parachute, but jumped off the plane. That reminded Jiang Shao of the time when he went to Kangjian as a backup and jumped off the plane at night. Back then, Jiang Shao wasn't the only one. Everyone on the plane didn't use parachutes and simply jumped off from a height of 10,000 meters after arriving at the designated location. The scene was just like dumplings being dropped into a pot. Jincheng City in Longgang province. Jiang Shao had been to it several times. It was the residence of the highest commander of the Guardians of the Night of the Northwest, where Jiang Shao obtained his first Crescent Moon merit. Second last was also instructed to report to the highest commander. By the time she brought Jiang Shao to the familiar military compound, it was already noon. The distinct distinctions left a deep impression on Jiang Shao. The north side of the street was the quiet and solemn military camp, while the south side of the street was the bustling residential area. However, this time, the residential area was much quieter than usual. Jiang Shao no longer saw the old men who were playing chess and chatting leisurely. Several shops had also been closed. Jiang Shao sighed softly. There was nothing he could do about it. It was autumn and the beginning of September. Yellow leaves fell to the ground and were swept away by the breeze. The once beautiful scene now seemed a little sad. To Jiang Zhao's surprise, the two of them were still asked to report the mission immediately, even though it was already noon. In the military camp, second last and Jiang Shao arrived at the familiar small conference hall on the third floor of the building under Commander Feng Yi's lead. Feng Yi knocked on the door gently and said, "Commander, I know it's more appropriate to address him, but I can't write it. You guys can just make up for it. Come in." An old but gentle voice came from inside. Feng Yi turned around and gestured to the two of them. After the two of them entered, Feng Yi closed the door and left. Jiang Shao also saw the old man in casual clothes sitting on the sofa in the conference room. 2 years had passed, and the outside world had changed time and time again. However, this old man did not seem to have changed at all. His hair was still slightly white, but his spirit was hale and hearty, and his face was kind. Under second last command, the two of them saluted in unison. The old man nodded with a smile and gestured for the two to step forward. The moment he opened his mouth, he praised, "The name Tail Feather has spread throughout the various military branches of Huaxia. You are the only team that has conquered the Dragon Cave. If the first time was luck, then the second time is strength." Second last didn't say anything, and neither did Jiang Shao. He had nothing but respect for the old man. Being mischievous depended on the occasion. The old man looked at Jiang Shao and said, "I heard from Luan that you've entered the Starfall stage." "Yes," Jiang Shao replied. Jiang Shao had already discussed with second last a long time ago and reported the function of his star transformation to her superiors. The old man nodded and exclaimed, 9 star slots and a special star map. The profession of star warriors has been around for 70 years. According to common knowledge, the more star slots one has, the stronger their qualifications and potential will be. It seems that we have yet to study the star map thoroughly. We're still in the process of figuring out all aspects of star techniques, star pets, and star techniques. Jiang Shao nodded and did not respond, for he didn't know what to say either. The old man continued, "On the other hand, you're indeed the special one. In the past 70 years, there has never been a star map with a single-digit number of star slots. You're the special one." Jiang Shao was very sure that the old man was praising him, but why did he sound like he was scolding him? The old man said, "Your qualifications are not low. On the contrary, the special star map has given you special talent. I've seen many people's star transformation to martial arts, and everyone's star map has different effects. Your 9-star Atlas's ability to transform stars into martial arts is indeed one of the best." Jiang Shao secretly wondered, what do you mean by one of the best? Time, space. In addition, Jiang Shao has the effect of enhancing the quality of his star techniques. In the eyes of the old man, the 3 effects of star transformation to martial arts are actually only one of the best, and not the best. Who are the few people who can compete with my star map? What are the effects of the star map? Are they so powerful? Or is that how the old man speaks and has a habit of speaking? But then again, the effects of Liana's star map are indeed impressive, but the effects are different and cannot be compared. In different environments, Liana's star transformation to martial arts and Jiang Zhao's star transformation to martial arts would bring different contributions to the team. The old man took a sip of tea and changed the topic. The Tail Feather Brigade has a deep feud with the Star Transformation Organization. Second last finally spoke up. She looked straight ahead and said with a solemn expression, "The Chinese army and the entire world have a deep feud with the Star Transformation Organization. They're criminals, but we're soldiers." The old man said, "Ever since the death of First Tail, the members of the Star Transformation Organization have been killed one after another. The Tail Feather Brigade has a deep feud with the Star Transformation Organization." Hearing the old man's words, Second Last's face stiffened and she remained silent. The old man continued, "This is your contribution to the people of the world, and you've also established the image of the Chinese army and the Guardians of the Night. This is a good thing, but I hope you can protect yourselves." Second Last heaved a sigh of relief and answered on behalf of Jiang Shao, "Yes." The old man put down his teacup and said, "Although you guys are an independent combat brigade and have a lot of freedom, don't isolate yourselves. You have the entire Guardians of the Night in the Northwest and the entire Chinese army to back you up. Last one, when you need help in terms of manpower, resources, technology, and so on, you have to tell me." Second Last felt a surge of warmth in her heart and knew that she had misunderstood him. She hurriedly stood up straight and answered, "Yes." The old man turned to look at Jiang Shao and said, "I've already found out about what happened to the Yi family. The Star Transformation Organization has already taken revenge on you. The peace that you've enjoyed for more than a month might be, because they're still plotting something. You're all real warriors who have gone through life and death situations, so you know the tactics of a star transformation organization better. When you're stationed in the Dajiang province, you have to be careful. Your star transformation martial arts is very effective, as the trump card of the Guardians of the Night in the Northwest. The old man paused for a while before continuing. If the team that specializes in capturing the Star Transformation Organization receives news of the Star Transformation Organization, I'll send someone to inform you. Maybe your Star Transformation martial arts will be of great use. Jiang Shao was overjoyed, and he nodded solemnly. The old man said, in addition, because your Star Transformation martial arts is very effective, I'll probably arrange for you to carry out some special missions. Let me remind you first. Jiang Shao said in a loud and high-spirited voice, yes. The old man smiled and said, last one, you have to let him go when the time comes. Second, last agreed, with a solemn expression on her face after hearing her joke. Okay. The elder nodded in satisfaction and said go. No matter what happens, contact Fengyi. Also, the old man looked at Jiang Shao again and said, as the trump card of the Guardians of the Night in the Northwest, the specific effects of your Star Transformation martial arts should only be known to a small group of people. Jiang Shao said, yes. The two of them walked out of the internal conference room and saw Fengyi waiting in the corridor. He nodded to the two of them and led them out. Jiang Shao initially thought that Fengyi would immediately send the two of them back. After all, second last was the absolute leader of the Tail Feather Brigade. To Jiang Zhao's surprise, Fengyi brought them into an office again and solemnly handed second last a few small boxes and a few medals and certificates. Fengyi said, you guys are pressed for time. After you go back, arrange the awards ceremony on your own. Jiang Zhao's eyes glistened and he thought, is this a full moon of merit? It must be. They carried out the mission of exploring the Dragon Cave again and successfully seized a large number of resources. They also returned with a lot of important information. The Dragon Cave mission would definitely give them a full moon of merit. Second last turned around and opened the door of the Scourge Ruins, after which she grabbed the items with a solemn expression and put them into the Scourge Ruins. Compared to Jiang Shao, second last was probably more attached to the military medal. She had been in the army all her life, and it was an affirmation of her career and a sublimation of the meaning of her life. Afterwards, the two of them walked out of the military compound under Fengyi's escort and boarded a jeep to head to the military airport in the suburbs of Jincheng City. The two of them returned all the way to Yizhou City at the foot of the Tian Shan Mountains in Dajiang Province. Yizhou City was very hot in early September, especially in the afternoon when second last and Jiang Shao entered the East City under the escort of a vehicle. The temperature was already 30 degrees Celsius. Due to the fact that endurance of stars made Jiang Zhao's body extremely sensitive, it actually enhanced his body's perception of the external environment. Hence, it brought him some trouble. Jiang Shao felt colder in the cold environment than others, but in the hot environment, he felt hotter than others. Endurance was, of course, for Jiang Zhao's own good. It allowed him to become more familiar with the surrounding environment and the condition of his body so that he could make timely adjustments. However, it also brought Jiang Shao great inconvenience. While Jiang Shao was standing on the snowy mountain in the world of the Calamity Shadow, his palms shivering, second last was standing steadily and spitting out wisps of white mist. They were both powerful star warriors, but in comparison, Jiang Shao seemed to be showing signs of cerebral thrombosis. The Tail Feather Light Chasing Brigade was part of the Northwestern Guardians of Night, but it was relatively independent. For a special team like the Light Chasing Brigade had the highest establishment in all of Huaxia. The leader of the brigade was the senior officer of the local Guardians of the Night. However, under special circumstances, there was a special organization, and the Light Chasing Brigade came into being. What was more special was that the Light Chasing Brigade was required to be stationed in the city. Although it was in the suburbs, they were not stationed outside the city or at the border. As a special and high-level team, they not only had to supervise and guide the local Guardians of the Night, but they also had to be directly responsible for the area around the station. The northwest region of China was a disaster area where the dimensional spaces were frequently opened. In this node, everything was very special. Unlike what Jiang Shao had imagined, the city was highly urbanized and was no different from ordinary cities, including the suburbs. The specific location where the light-chasing brigade was stationed was also rather familiar to Jiang Shao. It was similar to the military compound that he had entered in Jincheng previously. They were separated by a street, with civilians on the south and a military compound on the north. The compound was not large and consisted of a 3-story office building, a dormitory building, and a few functional low-rise buildings. The greenery in the courtyard was excellent, and the leaves had yet to turn yellow, perhaps because of the temperature. "We'll be staying here for now on," Second Last said, as she stood in front of the courtyard and nodded at the 2 soldiers who were standing guard. She then looked inside. Jiang Shao looked at the soldiers curiously and asked, "Are these people from the light-chasing brigade?" Second Last nodded and said, "There are only a few troops in the combat order, but there are other troops. The light-chasing brigade isn't what you think it is. There are only 36 people in it. These soldiers are our people, but they can't be called light-chasing people yet. They're the regular guardians of the night, but they're light-chasing apprentices." "Oh." Jiang Shao nodded and followed Second Last into the courtyard. They walked towards the building that was almost the same as the one in Jincheng, and they also arrived at the conference room on the 3rd floor. Jiang Shao almost thought that he had hit a wall. When he pushed the door open, he wondered if there was a benevolent old man in casual clothes drinking tea inside. The 2 of them walked in, and Jiang Shao saw a group of familiar faces. Li Yishu, Shurenjia, Fu Hei, Ingya, Tengu, the great sage, huh? Jiang Shao sighed deeply. In the future, he would have to guard this place with his brothers. Chapter 992. 3 days later, in a spacious and bright office on the 3rd floor of the office building in the Tail Feather Brigade headquarters, Jiang Shao sat on the sofa and stared at Fu Hei, who was sulking. There was a huge desk in front of Fu Hei. Second Last was sitting on the chair behind the desk with her long legs placed on the desk. She was looking at the tall trees outside the window and ignoring Fu Hei's words. "Brigadier Commander. Brigadier Commander." Although Fu Hei's words weren't respectful, his body was still standing straight, which was quite a strange scene. As a spectator, Jiang Shao sat on the sofa and could see the Tengu, Zhang Wenqing, and the Shadow Crow, Xiao Yi, who were standing outside the door. In the past 3 days, the Tail Feather Brigade had gone through a series of adjustments and could be considered to have finalized the personnel of each team. The 3 captains were Li Yishu, Shurenjia, and Fu Hei. Second Last finally turned around and looked at Fu Hei impatiently. "You're the commander, yet you're asking for more." Fu Hei said anxiously, "No, Brigadier Commander. My commander is indeed the commander, but which commander would be controlled by his deputy? Do I have to get the approval of the Tengu before I give any orders, or do anything?" Second Last stared at Fu Hei quietly and said, "Why? Are you trying to dictate everything?" Fu Hei was instantly dumbfounded. "Besides, everyone in the brigade has the right to ask me that, except for you, Wan Hongying. You're the one who dictates everything." Of course, Fu Hei didn't dare to say that out loud. Fu Hei said with a pained expression, "I'm being controlled by the Tengu. What's the point of being the commander?" Second Last turned to look at the dense leaves outside the window again and said, "You don't have many teams. It's good that you can discuss things." Hearing this, Fu Hei felt even worse. A standard squad consists of 3 squads, with a few teams of light-chasing apprentices as support. There are only 3 squads in total in a proper combat order, and you even killed one of them. Second Last said, "We currently only have 9 light-chasing teams. The 9-tailed independent team has taken up one of your teams." Fu Hei wanted to retort, "Bullsh *T," but he didn't dare. The freedom of the Tail Feather Brigade was unimaginably high. The so-called establishment, expansion, recruitment, and other matters were all decided by Second Last. In fact, it would be fine even if she didn't report it to her superiors. Fu Hei turned to look at Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao had an obedient look on his face. Outside the door, Tengu and Ingyu were also smiling at Jiang Shao. Both of them were the light chaser team leaders under Fu Hei. Fu Hei looked like he had accepted his fate and said, "That's fine. Team Tail Feather has taken up one of our team spots, so let's have his team carry out missions on our team's side." Second Last said calmly, "Nine Tails is the second in command of the Tail Feather Brigade. He's your superior. You can ask him for instructions." Fu Hei's face darkened. "Me?" Hearing this, Second Last's eyes narrowed, and Fu Hei immediately shut up. Jiang Shao finally spoke up and said, "Okay, I'll give you the Shadow Crow and the Tengu. How many captains can these two take on?" Sure and Jia went to pick up Ho Mingming and Zhao Wenlong. "Would you be happy to give those two to you?" Fu Hei froze for a moment and said with a peculiar expression, "You don't say. I'm really happy to do it." Second Last retracted her gaze and turned to look at Fu Hei with a slight frown. "Get lost." Fu Hei smacked his lips in displeasure and looked into Second Last's eyes. After hesitating for 2 to 3 seconds, he quickly turned around and left. At the door, Tengu and Ingu were welcoming the heroes back. Shadow Crow Xiao Yi frantically said with a smile, "Captain Fu, it's all right, it's all right. Nine Tails is right. I'm worth 2 on my own." Tengu Zhang Wenqing also smiled and said, "Yes, Captain Fu. Don't worry, I'll help you with everything. Let's work together and work together." As soon as Fu Hei stepped out of the door, his attitude changed immediately. He looked at the two of them and hollered, "Shut up. Stand at attention, all of you." Tengu and Shadow Crow were speechless. Fu Hei's demeanor changed completely on the first day, let alone the fact that he forgot about his old teammates after just 3 days. In the room, Second Last glanced at Jiang Shao and gestured at the documents on the table. Jiang Shao stood up and strode over before saying, "I have to make a trip to the Central Plains privately." 1. That was the secret code. 1 represented Jiang Zhao's actual body. Yes, Jiang Shao, who was standing in front of Second Last, was the sparring partner, not Jiang Zhao's actual body. Jiang Zhao's actual body was in the Calamity Shadow world, working hard to study his new star map, the sea-devouring Soul Star map, while facing the golden red candle flame that he had obtained from the Night Shelter Mountain. There were many dimensional spaces near Ezhou City, one of which was the Night Shelter Mountain. The creatures in the Night Shelter Mountain were of very low levels. There were brass-quality golden red candle flames and silver-quality golden red giant worms. Clearly, the brass-quality candle flames were more effective when experimenting with them. At this moment, there was already a paradise of golden red candle flames in Jiang Zhao's Calamity Shadow world. The black and white candle was the leader of the group, so he was playing around like a child, bumping left and right, playing a game of bumper cars with his companions. At this moment, the black and white candle flames were of platinum quality, and their bodies were sturdier and heavier than those of brass-quality golden red candle flames. Once the black and white candle flames dashed forward in the candlelight paradise, the piles of golden red candle flames would bounce around like balloons. When Jiang Shao first saw it, he almost died of cuteness. For example, Jiang Zhao's actual body had also been greatly affected by the black and white candle flames. At this moment, the black and white candle flames were like a general that took the lead and charged forward with their companions behind them in an orderly manner. Left foot, right foot, left foot, right foot. The piles of golden red candle flames followed the black and white candle flames and walked in unison in the sea of flowers while making some sounds. Occasionally, their small bodies would be covered by some large flowers, revealing a faint trace of flames and soft and smooth bodies, just like a group of balloons that had become spirits. Second Last said, "Purpose." Jiang Shao said, "To track the one who escaped." Second Last frowned slightly, but soon disappeared without a trace. She gestured at the documents on the table again. Jiang Shao picked up the documents and opened them, only to see the information of 2 soldiers, Wang Lang and Lin Wanyan. Second Last said, "Ho Yanhuan isn't good enough to be the captain. His position and personality have limited him. He still needs to grow for a while." Jiang Shao nodded. That hardy and carefree man had left a deep impression on Jiang Shao. In particular, Ho Yanhuan's singing voice. Back then, When second last accompanied Jiang Shao to Star Underworld in Daming Province to collect the Ghost Tiger Star Bead, Jiang Shao participated in the campfire party of the Guardians of the Night for the first time. Ho Yanhuan hugged his tattered guitar and sang a Chinese folk song that made Jiang Shao feel extremely emotional. Until now, he could still remember the way the Guardians of the Night looked like they were enjoying themselves amidst the hardship, as well as Ho Yanhuan's suave manner of drinking. Shield warriors were generally at the forefront, but due to the limitations of their positions, they couldn't coordinate the overall situation well. Hence, they were naturally at a disadvantage. Lin Wanyin and Ho Yanhuan are quite compatible, huh? Both of them have sound star techniques. In the future, one of them will play the guqin while the other will sing. Are you going to transform this team into an art team? Li Yishu will probably feel terrible. Second last said, the peak of the Star Sea Warriors are not meant to be wasted and become the captain of the art team. Yeah. Jiang Shao nodded and stopped joking. You're sending 2 medical star warriors who are at the captain level right away. Sai, be polite when you want them. You're now the supreme commander of the Tail Feather Brigade, and you represent our entire family. We'll be stationed here for a long time in the future. Don't be too popular. Second last glanced at Jiang Shao coldly. Seeing that Jiang Shao did not object to her decision, she put the matter aside and changed the topic. How's the soul of the Sea Devourer? Jiang Shao knew that the soul of the Sea Devourer that she was talking about was not the Star Beast, but Jiang Zhao's Nova Map. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhao's expression turned sullen, and he said, I know the right direction and the result, but I'm still trying my best to deduce the process. I've already passed the first stage. Second last asked, huh? While speaking, second last said, you guys go downstairs and guard. Clearly, second last was talking to the soldiers who were standing guard outside. The office building only had 3 floors, and second last and Jiang Zhao's offices were the only ones on the entire 3rd floor. The establishment of the light-chasing brigade was very special. If a regular military branch reached the level of a special forces brigade, there would at least be thousands of people, if not tens of thousands. There would be too many positions, troops, and functional departments. However, as the light-chasing brigade that could be promoted to a regiment, with just 3 teams, the establishment was rather simple. Hence, there were not many people in the 3-story office building. Second last stood up and led Jiang Shao to the suite in the office. After Jiang Shao entered, second last closed the door. The room was for her to rest and was decorated with special materials. The soundproofing effect was excellent. Second last did not open the Calamity Ruins because it was enough. Even though she said in the office that the light-chasing apprentices outside were all of high quality, they could only be recruited into the team. Jiang Shao sat down on the sofa and said, I can now control the golden red candle's body a little, but my movements are still a little stiff. Most importantly, I can't cast the golden red candle's star technique. Second last leaned against the door and nodded. This star map is indeed domineering. In the future, when you study it well, you will not only be able to control Star Warriors, but also Star Beasts and cast the star techniques of Star Beasts. Okay, we're in the early stages of construction and preparation for war. We've almost settled down. It's been 3 days. I can't wait any longer. The longer it takes, the harder it will be to go back to the past. Second last said, What's the specific plan? Jiang Shao said, This is the second task. There's a prerequisite task. Second last asked, What is it? Jiang Shao said, I don't have enough manpower. I want to reset the gardener's skin. After thinking about it, second last nodded and said, You have plenty of resource star beads. It's all right. Resetting the gardener's skin meant that the star beads and star techniques would be refreshed, and the space-time rift and calamity ruins would all disappear. However, at the same time, the gardener's skin would also advance from the peak of the galaxy stage to the starfall stage. Jiang Shao said, Since I'm going to die, I want my death to be worthwhile. Second last asked, What do you mean? Jiang Shao said, Let's experiment. I'll let the sparring partner's skin enter the calamity ruins of the gardener's skin. I'm not going to reset the gardener's skin. Instead, I'm going to kill the gardener's skin using conventional methods. I'll then see if the calamity ruins of the gardener's skin still exists after his death. Second last asked. You want to? Jiang Shao shrugged his shoulders and said, although I have star techniques, I'm still a person who goes through life and death. If star transformation can ambush me and control me, it can kill me. I want to see if the calamity ruins of my world will collapse or still exist if I die. Second last squinted her eyes slightly. Jiang Shao said, there are some people close to me living in the calamity ruins. In the future, there may be more people living there. If I die and the calamity ruins of my world still exists, it'll be a form of relief for me. As long as I build that world perfectly, they'll still be able to spend the rest of their lives there after I die. It can also become a colorful world or even another Earth. Second last didn't continue on this topic. Instead, she instructed, remember to get 6 tails out. Jiang Shao nodded and said, of course, he's already out and everything inside has been moved. Well, since you've agreed, I'll go and experiment now. Second last said calmly, go ahead. Be decisive and do it quickly. You can reduce the pain. Jiang Shao grinned and said nothing. He simply got up, opened the door, and walked out of the room. Chapter 993. 10 minutes later, in Jiang Zhao's Calamity Shadow world, at the top of the snowy mountain in the northeast direction of the stone villa, the 3 Jiang Zhaos and Gu Shiren stood on the top of the mountain. Everyone already knew what Jiang Shao was going to do when they helped move Gardener Skin's Calamity Shadow training room. However, Jiang Shao did not bring Han Jiangxue and Xia Yin along. To be exact, they wanted to come, but were chased away by Jiang Shao. What's the point of looking at such a scene? Am I making things difficult for myself? Gu Shiren had nothing to do with this experiment, but he insisted on accompanying Jiang Shao. Gu Shiren sincerely believed that giving should not be one-sided. Since he had already acknowledged Jiang Shao as his brother, he could choose not to share the joys and sorrows with him when he was happy and blissful. That was what brothers should do. Gardener Skin opened his Calamity Shadow training space. Hugging the 2 golden red candles in his arms, the sparring partner walked in. Looking around at the empty surroundings, he walked to the center and sat down on the stool made of tree conical wood. If nothing went wrong, Gardener Skin would stay there for a long time. It was not that he wanted a pet to accompany him, but rather that his time was precious. During this period of time, he would use the 2 golden and red candles as experimental subjects and continue to study the cloak star map. Gardener Skin closed the space door and stood on the snowy mountain before turning to look at Gu Shiren. You're coming? Forget it. I'll do it myself. As Gardener Pie spoke, he slowly raised his right hand, and a small tree sprang up from the soil and snow. It slowly grew until it became a towering tree. Under Gardener Skin's control, the thick tree vines wrapped around Gardener Skin's body and dragged him into the thick tree trunk before disappearing. If Gu Shiren was not there, Jiang Shao would not have to do this. But in order to take care of his senses, Jiang Shao decided to commit suicide. Jiang Shao grabbed the air with one hand and grabbed a flower blade that was pieced together. He strode towards the thick tree trunk, swung the flower blade in his hand, and stabbed it into the tree trunk. It was clean and tidy without any hesitation. Screech! Jiang Zhao's face stiffened and his hands trembled slightly. However, he suddenly pulled out the flower sword. On the broad and thick blade, drops of blood flowed along the blade, sprinkling into the pure white snow, blooming enchanting snowflakes. "Huh." Jiang Shao forced a smile and said, after the corpse inside turns into star power and dissipates, this tree should slowly recover. It has a strong vitality. Gu Shiren looked at the blade in Jiang Zhao's hand and nodded silently. Ruthless. Truly ruthless. Gu Shiren could accept killing his enemies without blinking. But to kill himself like this, Gu Shiren didn't know what it felt like, but he could tell from Jiang Zhao's sullen expression that he must be feeling terrible. Who was Jiang Shao? At the very least, in the field of battle, he was definitely the calm and composed type. But look at his current state. Jiang Shao took 2 steps back and slowly sat on the snow. The flower blade in his hand turned into spots of star power and shattered. Jiang Shao said, I can actually reset the bait directly, but this method is very special. So, I still want to test if the gardener's skin's calamity shadow training space will still exist under normal circumstances. Okay. Gu Shi and leaned down and pressed one hand on Jiang Zhao's shoulder. He gently squeezed it, not knowing how to comfort Jiang Xiao. He will leave in about 10 minutes. As he spoke, Jiang Xiao pointed at the blood on the ground and said, "You can look at it. After 10 minutes, it will also turn into star power and disappear." Gu Shi asked, "What if the calamity shadow training space collapses and disappears with the death of the gardener's skin?" Jiang Xiao stood up and turned to look at the bottom of the cliff. He stopped and looked into the distance, looking at the scene in the calamity shadow training space. Then, "My body will die for the sake of everyone here." The two chatted and soon, 10 minutes passed. In the trees, the body of the gardener's skin shattered into spots of star power, and the blood on the snow also turned into spots of starlight and dissipated in the air. Jiang Xiao sensed it and said, "It didn't collapse. The sparring partner is still holding the golden red candle and sitting steadily on the stool. The space is very stable. A small space that is independent of another dimension." Gu Shi sighed softly. Jiang Xiao said, "Let's wait and see. During this period of time, I don't plan to summon the sparring partner again. He will continue to live in the Calamity Shadow training room and see if the space remains stable." Gu Shi nodded. Jiang Xiao smiled and said, "Now, let me introduce you to a new friend." Gu Shi also grinned. He originally wanted to comfort and accompany Jiang Xiao, but now it seemed that Jiang Xiao, who had injured himself, was joking with him and comforting him. This mischievous fellow was indeed a warm person in the depths of his heart. Jiang Xiao said, "I don't plan to call him Garter Skin. He is already in the galaxy stage, and his purpose is not to build here, but to chase the culprit. Help me give him a name." Gu Shi thought about it and said, "Detective Skin?" Jiang Xiao had a strange expression on his face. He felt that Gu Shi was talking about an IP movie. Jiang Xiao complained, "Look at how uncultured you are. How about Formosa Xiao? Or Detective D. Ren Xiao?" Gu Shi grinned and was about to say something, but he suddenly turned his head to the side. Jiang Xiao also turned his head and saw a middle-aged man and woman floating up slowly. Jiang Xiao got a great shock and hurriedly said, "Teacher Fong, it's so cold up there. What are you doing here?" The strong wind blew the snowflakes away. Fong Xingyun was wearing a military coat and standing steadily on the snowy mountain with Hai Tianqing. "I'm a guest at your house. I heard that you were here, so I came to take a look." Oh. Jiang Xiao nodded and smiled at Hai Tianqing. "Are you going to let your wife run around like this? What month is it already?" Hai Tianqing glanced at the tree trunk that had been pierced through curiously, but did not respond. Fong Xingyun smiled and waved at Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao strode over. Fong Xingyun pressed one hand on her stomach and rubbed Jiang Xiao's head with the other. "What kind of photos are hanging in the bedroom on the 3rd floor? What are you thinking in that little head of yours? Your teacher, Hai, got a shock. Did you guys go to second last room?" Jiang Xiao asked with an embarrassed smile. "Yeah." Fong Xingyun smiled, unable to suppress the adoration and admiration in her eyes. She continued, "When we visited the exhibition room on the 3rd floor, we also took a look at the other rooms. It wasn't intentional." Jiang Xiao suddenly realized why she was behaving strangely. It turned out that she had seen the room full of meritorious deeds and trophies. Feeling a little embarrassed, Jiang Xiao changed the topic and said, "Do you have enough resources? What else do you want? Tell me, I'll get them all for you." As he spoke, Jiang Xiao subconsciously looked in the direction of the Flower Sea Ranch. However, Jiang Xiao was standing on the cliff on the south side of the snowy mountain and could not see through the forest to the north. Yes, Hai Tianqing's house was arranged to be next to the Flower Sea Ranch. Fong Xingyun liked to walk in the flower fields, and the coiled cows were very docile. Hence, Jiang Xiao did not stop her. Jiang Xiao built a few wooden houses for them next to the ranch and surrounded a courtyard. The environment of the grass and flowers was just like a vacation spot. However, due to the location, the place could easily be mistaken as a herdsman's home. Hai Tianqing finally spoke up. He smiled and said, "Enough, enough. It's really enough. There's so many good things. Are you going to empty out the logistics department of the light-chasing brigade?" Jiang Shao chuckled and said, "I have money to buy things too, but how can the things on the market compare to the ones for the military?" Jiang Shao then pinched the corner of Fang Xingyun's military coat and twisted it with his fingers. "Uncle Hai, Annie, how are you? Are you getting used to this place?" "Yeah, it's pretty good. My dad has been tinkering with the fruit tree seedlings that you sent over every day." Hai Tianqing chuckled and finally grabbed Fang Xingyun's arm, pulling her hand away from Jiang Zhao's head. Jiang Shao then took a step back, seemingly afraid to approach Fang Xingyun. He said, "We don't have enough manpower now. After a while, I'll look for star techniques that can accelerate the growth of plants and trees to help him." Fang Xingyun smiled and glared at Jiang Shao. "I'm a star warrior. I'm not as weak as you think. You don't have to be so careful." Jiang Shao gestured her big belly and asked, "Have you thought of a name?" Fang Xingyun turned to look at Hai Tianqing with a blissful smile and said, "My son's name is Hai Yunan, and my daughter's name is Hai Yuning." Jiang Shao froze for a moment and said, "Wait, twins?" Teacher Fang's reaction previously. "I always thought it was just a boy." "Huh." Hai Tianqing humphed and said, "She only talks about Pippi every day. Of course, you'll think that there's only one boy. Ah, she doesn't care about her daughter either. My daughter has a tough life." Fang Xingyun smiled and glared at Hai Tianqing. "Don't talk nonsense. I love them all. With such a role model here, of course I have to think about my son and let him become such a person in the future. I hope that my daughter will be an ordinary person so that Pippi can protect her in the future. It's really tough being a star warrior." After chatting for a while, Jiang Shao teleported the two teachers back to the wooden house at the edge of the ranch and confirmed the due date of delivery before leaving. If nothing went wrong, Fang Xingyun would choose to give birth naturally at home. On the one hand, Fang Xingyun's physique was extremely strong, and on the other hand, there shouldn't be any trouble with Hai Tianqing guarding her. Jiang Shao just had to prepare everything in advance. Jiang Shao also teleported back to the snow mountain and returned to the stone villa with Gu Shi. The team of 4 had lunch, and Jiang Shao left the 3 of them to train in Xia Yan's training space. Before he left, the sparring skin was still in the Scourge ruins where the gardener's skin used to be, and there were no signs of the space collapsing. Jiang Shao looked at it with a calm heart. After that, Jiang Shao bade farewell to Second Last and headed to Yi County, Zhongyuan Province. However, he did not go in his own image. Instead, he disguised himself and turned into a man in his mid-30s. He had an ordinary appearance, and his hair was parted. He was wearing a jacket and jeans. Jiang Shao even deliberately lowered his height by 5 centimeters. His image did not match Jiang Zhao's at all. Afterwards, Jiang Shao teleported to Yi County in that manner. To be exact, he went to the wilderness dozens of kilometers away from Yi County. There, Jiang Shao summoned the sparring skin again. No, the decoy that was in the Starfall stage now had a new name, Jiang Tuesday. That name seemed to represent the reason why Jiang Shao summoned the decoy. It also expressed what Jiang Shao really wanted to do. Unfortunately, Jiang Zhao's internal star map was still being adjusted. It was still in a closed state and had yet to be opened. Jiang Zhao's pile of skill points was useless, and he did not receive a notification that he had received 30,000 skill points for the exploration of the Dragon Cave. He had no idea when the internal star map would be opened again. Hence, Jiang Tu was only in the early stages of the Starfall stage. Otherwise, Jiang Shao might have directly increased his star power realm and summoned a decoy that was at the peak of the Starfall stage. Chapter 994. Jiang Tu stood silently in the woods. The jacket, jeans, and contact lenses he was wearing were all illusions, but they were very effective. At the very least, his eyes, which were filled with dazzling stars, were completely covered by the contact lenses and were completely covered. Although the items that were illusions created by the star technique of camouflage would not shatter upon contact, They would really shatter into star power if they were attacked. Hence, he had to handle them with care. Jiang-tu stood alone in the woods. It was daytime, and the sunlight shone through the gaps between the sparse leaves and shone on Jiang-tu's body. However, in Jiang-tu's world, the sun was rising and setting rapidly above his head, and the sky was filled with stars. Day after day, another day after another, Jiang-tu suddenly stretched out his hand and tapped it gently. Two figures suddenly appeared beside him, one of which was flying backward, while the other was moving at a speed that was almost invisible to the naked eye. Yi-tung-hui, Baze. Jiang-tu licked his lips and rotated his palms gently. In the darkness of the night, the scene was replayed again. Yi-tung-hui stabbed Baze's heart with a knife while Nana Z, who had emerald green eyes, quietly appeared behind Yi-tung-hui like a ghost. Bang! Baze hugged Yi-tung-hui and exploded instantly. Jiang-tu frowned slightly and pointed his finger in the air before sliding it gently to the left. Time was reversed again, Baze. When did he escape? Jiang-tu stood in the middle of the night. In front of him was the scene of Yi-tung-hui slashing Baze with his sword. Slash after slash. Yi-tung-hui's eyes were so firm and decisive. Jiang-tu watched this scene quietly, but he strode towards the back. Yi-tung-hui's movements were very strange. Due to the fact that he was rewinding slowly, his posture here, Jiang-tu's eyes lit up and the scene in front of him froze. That was the moment when Yi-tung-hui was affected by the thunder and lightning around Baze. That was the moment when Baze's body lit up with thunder and lightning. Jiang-tu thought to himself. Under Yi-tung-hui's attacks, Baze struggled on the verge of death time and time again. There was no reason for him not to use the star technique teleportation to escape. Hence, since Yi-tung-hui could use the star map to send Baze flying again and again while preventing him from using the spatial star technique to escape, Yi-tung-hui could only give him a chance to catch his breath. Jiang-tu watched as Yi-tung-hui was affected by the lightning and paused for a moment. He watched as Baze's body flashed with electricity and filled with electricity. Jiang-tu could not help but frown deeply. He circled around the battle between the two of them and looked at the frozen scene in the air. He spun around in a circle as his palm rotated gently in the air. The light on Baze's body grew brighter, and the electric currents crawling all over his body became denser. Slowly, the electric currents exploded and scattered in all directions. It splashed in all directions. Wait a minute. Jiang-tu held his breath. What did he see? The electric current that was produced by Baze's star technique was blue and white. Jiang-tu strode over and looked at a special purple electric current that was suspended in midair. It was about 15 centimeters long and twisted like a slithering snake. In that intense battle, no one noticed this purple electric current. Even Jiang-tu, who used star transformation and time reversal, didn't notice it even after looking at it over and over again. How did Jiang Shao discover its existence? He only discovered the existence of the special electric current in the frozen scene. Why are the dense and endless electric currents in the air all blue and white, while you're the only one that's purple? Why? Jiang-tu looked at the electric current that had stopped in front of him and moved his palm slowly. His gaze followed the purple electric current and landed on the ground that was overgrown with weeds. Then, the purple electric current sank into the ground. Jiang-tu frowned slightly and wrapped his hand with star power before digging a hole in the weeds with one hand. Under the dark night sky, in the slightly blurry world, the barren land was not dug up. In reality, Jiang-tu could change it and even create a deep hole. However, after time reversal, Jiang-tu could not change the scene at all. Jiang-tu's face was a little sullen. He put away the star transformation martial arts and closed his eyes to rest. After resting for a while, he slowly raised his head. The sunlight shone through the leaves and landed on Jiang-tu's face, leaving spots on his face. The breeze brought him a cool breeze. Jiang-tu's mind raced as he secretly speculated about something. At the same time, in Yizhou City, China, Jiang Zhao's figure flickered and he appeared in second-last office. He saw that second last was on the phone and immediately noticed Jiang Zhao's arrival. However, she raised her hand and gestured for him to stop. She then continued to listen to the phone and agreed from time to time. Half a minute later, second last put down the phone and said, "The two medics will report in a while." Jiang Zhao asked, "Did the military record the star technique that allows one to turn into electric current and escape?" Hearing this, second last froze for a moment before asking, "What color? White or purple?" This time, it was Jiang Zhao's turn to be dumbfounded. He frantically said, "Purple." Second last nodded and said, "It's from the Wrath of Thunder dimensional space of the North Road Kingdom. It's called Purple Lightning Flash. That space is not open to the public, and the North Road Kingdom has a very strict lockdown. The Star Warriors in the country do not have a certain status. Even if they are strong enough, it will be difficult for them to obtain it." Second last then leaned against the back of the chair and rested her elbow on the armrest of the swivel chair. She supported her chin with one hand and said, "It's a high-speed movement star technique." Jiang Zhao said, "Yeah." Second last said, "It has a path of movement. You can think of it as the Blade of Death star technique. However, it has a different form and can temporarily turn one's body into a purple electric current." Jiang Zhao said, "In other words, it's essentially different from teleportation. No matter how fast the electric current is, it has a path of movement." Second last nodded matter-of-factly. Jiang Zhao asked again, "The Blade of Death Star Warrior only dashes out after locking onto the target. The weapon can lead the Star Warrior to shuttle 3 times, and during each shuttle, it has to travel in a straight line without turning. It can only make a turn after a shuttle and lock onto the target again." Second last shook her head and said, "That's not the case with the Purple Lightning Flash. It's not connected to 2 fixed points. During high-speed travel, it can freely change its direction, but..." Jiang Zhao asked, "Huh?" Second last said, "In the process of high-speed movement, it's very difficult for ordinary Star Warriors to change their direction. Besides, once the Purple Lightning Flash is activated, it'll only last for 1 second before it returns to its physical state." Jiang Zhao's eyes lit up and he asked, "Only 1 second?" Second last nodded and said, "Yes, the Blade of Death Star technique is based on the target's position. During the process of using the Purple Lightning Flash, one can move freely and there's a time limit. Besides, don't think that 1 second is very short. It's enough for you to travel very far." Jiang Zhao asked, "Do you have any data on how far the Purple Lightning Flash can go once it's activated?" Second last shook her head and said, "I'll ask for you." Jiang Zhao got an idea and said, "Answer this question first. What if that person appears underground 1 second later?" Second last frowned slightly and tilted her head to gesture at the thick wall of the office. "Are you willing to flash into the stone pillar?" Jiang Zhao said, "I should be trapped. Although it doesn't matter much, I'll be able to come out and I won't die. However, I'll feel conflicted." Second last humphed and said, "The Purple Lightning Flash is different from the body of desperation. The Star Warrior who activates the body of desperation will always be in his physical form, but the Purple Lightning Flash will transform into an electric current and return to his physical form. Hence, it will appear in a similar way to teleport." Jiang Zhao licked his lips excitedly and said, "Pinch the time." Second last asked, "What?" Jiang Zhao said, "Pinch it for 1 second and use your perception and hand speed. I want it to be exactly the same." Second last squinted slightly, having long realized something. She raised her wrist and adjusted her military watch before saying, "Anytime." Jiang Zhao raised his right hand and extended his finger. "When I tap it gently," second last made a nasal sound and lowered her head to look at her watch. At such a close distance, she could tell Jiang Zhao's movements with her perception alone without having to look up. At the same time, on the outskirts of E County, Central Plains, the frozen scene was still that of the battle between Yi Tenghui and Baze. Jiang Tu rewound time extremely slowly and watched as the purple electric current returned to Baze's body bit by bit, fusing with the blue and white electric current. Gradually, Baze's body was filled with electric currents, and the light on his body gradually weakened, returning to the moment before he activated his star technique. Jiang Shao and Jiang Tu extended their fingers and tapped it gently. At the next second, Second Last yelled, "Stop!" Jiang Shao and Jiang Tu opened their fingers abruptly. In front of Jiang Tu, the star map on Yi Tonghui's chest lit up, and the ghostly Nana Zi appeared behind him again. The scene changed in just a second. A battle of such a level would indeed result in instant death. In the frozen scene, Jiang Tu strode forward in the direction where the purple electric current had entered the ground. Jiang Shao believed that Baze would definitely come out of the ground again. In other words, Baze's figure should be on the surface of the ground at this moment. Jiang Shao said to Second Last, "Help me find out the maximum distance of the purple lightning flash." "Sure." Second Last picked up the phone on the desk, which would only appear in the office. Jiang Tu, who was far away in Zhongyuan province, followed the direction and ran forward in a fixed time. After a while, Second Last put down the phone and said, "They'll help me check. Sit down and wait for a while." Second Last gestured at the glass of water on the table and said, "Go get me a glass of water." However, she didn't get a response. Jiang Shao. Second Last looked up, only to see the excitement in Jiang Zhao's eyes, especially the way he licked his lips. He was just like her, and he seemed rather bloodthirsty. Second Last seemed to have realized something too. In the dense forest on the outskirts of Yi County, Zhongyuan province, Jiang Tu walked in a certain direction for less than 100 meters. Then he saw a rather eye-catching purple electric current in the dark night. Jiang Tu slowly turned his palm again, and the purple electric current seemed to be playing frame by frame. In the previous frame, it was still electric, but in the next frame, it spread out and formed a human figure. Jiang Tu turned his head to look behind him, but he couldn't see any battle scenes at all. In other words, Baze didn't see any of Jiang Zhao's star techniques that night. Jiang Tu slowly rotated his palm. One tap, another tap, another tap. Baze suddenly disappeared. Teleportation. Did he teleport away? Since he could teleport, why did he use electric current previously? Was it because he wanted to escape when Yi Tonghui was killed by the explosion? In the office, Jiang Shao said, "Do you know what kind of teleportation Baze used? What's the maximum range?" Second Last carefully recalled the information and said, "I don't know which country it's from, but since it's teleportation, the range shouldn't be too far. No one can flash all over the world like you." Jiang Shao suddenly said, "Keep the change. I'll measure it myself." Second Last asked, "Huh?" On the outskirts of Yi County, Jiang Tu stood on a big tree. In the next second, in the frozen image, he saw a figure quietly appear in the distant night sky. Unlike teleportation, the reason why teleportation star techniques could be activated quickly and did not require any shaking before casting was because the distance of teleportation was very short. In Second Last's vision, Jiang Zhao's body suddenly transformed into a middle-aged man who then flickered. At the next moment, Jiang Shao appeared directly below Baze and waved his hand to reset Jiang Tu's position. His energy was full again. As Jiang Tu's position was reset, the bright night sky once again turned into a blue sky and white clouds in Jiang Zhao's vision. Jiang Shao clenched his fists. "No matter which corner of the world you're hiding in me, if I don't find you, I'm not Jiang Tu." Double on the last day. Please support the Toxic Healer. Chapter 995. Jiang Tu searched for traces of Baze all the way to the wilderness 20 kilometers away from the scene of the incident. Jiang Tu initially thought that he would continue to follow the direction in which Baze disappeared and continue to search for the next location. However, a scene that made Jiang Tu astonished appeared. Baze flew? Jiang Tu couldn't help but humph and think to himself, indeed, he can stir up trouble in the various countries. Look at his star techniques. Jiang Tu could not help but humph coldly and think, indeed, he can stir up trouble in the various countries. Look at his star techniques. Purple lightning flash, teleportation, and now flying. Obviously, the speed of flying was not as fast as the first two, but there was no doubt that flying conserved more star power. In particular, the star technique teleportation consumed a considerable amount of star power. Under such a high frequency of flashing, Baze reckoned that he should not be able to hold on any longer. However, he still wanted to escape. He did not choose to hide or rest on the spot. Instead, he flew forward quickly and seemed to be heading all the way to the east. However, Baze flew higher and higher until he finally entered the layers of clouds and disappeared. At the same time, Jiang Shao appeared beside Jiang Tu again. Jiang Tu immediately reset, and Jiang Shao summoned the sea-devouring robe and put it on Jiang Tu's body. Without hesitation, Jiang Tu's eyes glistened with the strange light of the 9 stars array. Jiang Shao pressed one hand on his shoulder, and the two of them flashed into the sky. After doing all this, Jiang Shao quickly returned to the northwest region and second-last spacious and huge office. Jiang Shao picked up the golden candle flame that he had just brought out of the Calamity Shadow world and the star map on his cloak. He then followed the flame on the top of the golden candle flame's head and directed it towards its translucent body that was rippling with star power. Second last looked at Jiang Shao silently and did not disturb him. He was too busy and too tired. She was a powerful and authoritative star warrior who was at the peak of galaxy. However, she helplessly realized that she couldn't help Jiang Shao at all and could only watch him quietly. A few minutes later, someone knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Second last glanced at Jiang Shao, only to discover that he was leaning against the sofa with his arms crossed and an expressionless face. In front of Jiang Shao, there was a golden-red candle flame with golden-red flames burning in its eyes. Its movements were a little strange as it hopped on the ground, seemingly out of control with its 2 tiny feet. From time to time, his plump body would fall and roll on the ground. Second last sat behind the desk and looked at the door. Come in. A man and a woman dressed in black camouflage military uniforms with an armband on their right arm. The word Yi was embroidered in blood red on a black background. Report. Report. Although the man and the woman spoke at the same time, their voices overlapping, the man's voice was sonorous and powerful, while the woman's voice was especially pleasant. If Jiang Zhao's attention was on the office, he would definitely think that he had finally found a woman who was as beautiful as second last. It was too unique. Second last's voice was hoarse, low, and magnetic. At first, people might not be used to it, but the more they listened to it, the more mesmerized they became. Second last was not only suitable to tell late-night ghost stories, but she was also suitable to be a midnight streamer. The newcomer had a great voice and seemed to be born to be a singer. The man and the woman looked straight ahead and stood upright while waiting for second last orders. However, they saw the young man sitting on the sofa from the corner of their eyes, as well as the golden-red candle flame that was rolling on the ground. Wang Lang, second last said slowly. Wang Lang frantically snapped back to his senses, tensed up, and puffed up his chest. Yes, second last said slowly. There's already a Fu Hei in my tail feather brigade. I don't want to see another Fu Hei. She could tell that second last had found out about Wang Lang's temperament and character from the information. To put it simply, yes, he was just like his name. Wang Lang had short hair and a tall and slender figure. He was physically gifted, and at first glance, many people would think that he was a melee fighter. However, he was a solid medical awakened star warrior. Wang Lang said with a solemn expression, yes. He didn't know if it was an act or if it was real, but one thing was certain. To be able to join the Northwest Guardian of the Night, the only tail feather light-chasing brigade, was the supreme honor of a Guardian of the Night. If Wang Lang could be the leader of a small team here, he wouldn't want to be the commander of any other army. What did it mean to have a designated brigade and the only light-chasing brigade in China? It was a team with a complete supply and support system that allowed them to fight independently. Besides, it was an independent unit that was sent to the Dajiang province to guard the borders. If you went out and told your comrades that you were from the Tail Feather Brigade, they definitely wouldn't look up to you. They would look up to you a lot. Have you heard of the Grace Tribulation? Second last asked calmly, but she couldn't help but look at the swaying golden-red candle flame. The little guy seemed to not want to disturb everyone. Hence, he walked back to the sofa and tried his best to jump up. However, this little fellow overestimated its jumping ability, and Jiang Xiao also seemed to have overestimated his control over the golden candle's body. Hence, the golden candle suddenly leaped, and its soft and supple body hit the side of the sofa cushion. Its round head face sank into the sofa cushion and was bounced out again. Everyone present was a well-trained soldier who had undergone strict training. On such a serious occasion, no one could laugh unless. No, there was no unless. They just couldn't laugh. Yes, I've heard of it. Wang Lang stuttered and took a step forward before standing up straight again. He reckoned that he had done it on purpose, because after taking a step forward, he could no longer see the golden-red candle flame from the corner of his eye. The team that Sure Grace Tribulation had once led was also famous in the Northwest Guardians of the Night. They were known as the King of Hell Team. Most of the mission targets of Sure Grace Tribulation's team were humans, not star beasts or dimensional spaces. Okay, second last hummed and flipped through the information casually. Your results are pretty good. It's not a waste for you to be the captain of a light-chasing team. However, you were assigned to the team out of nowhere, and you can be considered to have been appointed by me. There are 3 members of your team who used to be from my team. If you can't handle it well, pack up and return to your original team. I promise to complete the mission. Wang Lang exclaimed loudly. It was one thing to join the team, but it would be a huge problem if he was rejected after joining. From now on, he would probably be too ashamed to stay in the Northwest Guardians of the Night. Okay. Second last tilted her head to the side, and Wang Lang took a step to the right. Second last looked at the woman behind her, Lin Wanyin, who had a long ponytail, an oval face, bright eyes, white teeth, and a tall and slender figure. She might be a celebrity, but she was too slender for the light-chasing team. Second last said, "The character of a general will determine the character of team. Under your leadership, your team has a stable style, and the team members are all very stable." Lin Wanyin stared ahead and didn't respond. Second last continued, "Are you willing to be the captain of the light-chasing team under the command of the Northwest King, Li Yishu?" Lin Wanyin said in a gentle and pleasant voice, "I'll follow the arrangements of the organization." Second last continued, "One of the other 2 captains under Li Yishu is the great sage, Sun Dasheng, and the other is Lingjiu, who will be sent over in 2 days. The team led by Li Yishu will be the spearhead of the Tail Feather Brigade." Second last then threw the information on the table and said, "Give full play to your own style and characteristics, cooperate with the other teams, and fight steadily. The first team needs this." Lin Wanyin said, "Okay." Li Yishu, the great sage, Sun Dasheng. Lin Wanyin's heart skipped a beat when she heard the 2 code names. They were both heavyweight names. They were the gods who had escaped from the Dragon Cave unscathed. They were figures that the entire Chinese military had to look up to. In particular, Li Yishu's code name was Xiaoli in the Tail Feather Brigade, but his original code name was the Northwest King, one of the signboards of the Guardians of the Night in the Northwest. As for the person codenamed Lingjiu, Lin Wanyin had heard of him a long time ago. After all, they were all members of the Guardians of the Night in the Northwest. Hence, she was rather familiar with the senior officers. Interestingly, Lingjiu used to be Fu Hei's assistant. Ever since Fu Hei was demoted, Lingjiu took over the mess left behind by Fu Hei. Now, it seemed that Second Last was going to recruit him. Second Last said, "If you don't have any objections, go and report to your commander immediately." The 2 of them stood up straight and saluted, but they didn't leave immediately after receiving Second Last signal. Instead, they turned to look at Jiang Xiao and saluted him as well. If Second Last was considered to be powerful, the toxic healer in front of them would be renowned not only within the Chinese military, but also around the world. His influence was not on the same level as Second Last's. Jiang Zhao's eyes began to focus. Usually, he would definitely stand up and return the salute, but now, he wasn't putting on airs. and he was just nodding slightly to show that he was already trying his best. After all, he was controlling the golden red candle flame. The two captains walked out, and their impression of Jiang Xiao changed greatly. They didn't find the toxic healer to be as mischievous as he was during the World Cup. As the two of them walked downstairs, Lin Wanyin said softly, "There's a huge difference. It seems that he's a very serious person outside of the camera." Wang Lang covered his mouth with one hand and said softly, "Not necessarily. I feel that his attention is attracted by the golden red candle flame. Maybe he's not very serious, and he's just distracted by the toy." Lin Wanyin was speechless. He's the second in command of the Tail Feather Brigade. Is it really appropriate to describe him as a child who likes toys? At the same time, in the office, Second Last was about to say something, but she saw a hint of joy on Jiang Zhao's expressionless face. Second Last looked at the golden red candle flame that was rolling around on the ground, only to realize that it had suddenly learned to walk. Did he suddenly recover from his hemiplegia? Jiang Xiao turned to look at Second Last with a look of joy and gestured to the suite. Second Last got the same idea and stood up before striding towards the suite. The two of them entered while the little candle flame followed behind. The golden red candle flame danced like a burning balloon. It had completely turned into a spirit, and its mouth was still saying woo-woo. Chapter 996. As Second Last closed the door, Jiang Xiao said, "Wrong concept. I can't think of the candle flame as me. I have to think of myself as the candle flame. No, to be exact, I have to completely turn myself into the candle flame." Second Last raised her eyebrows slightly. She had no say in the mysterious star map. Under Jiang Zhao's control, the golden red candle flame jumped onto Second Last's boot and onto another boot before jumping onto a chair and a table, staring at the golden red candle flame that seemed to be playing happily. Second Last had a look of admiration on her face. On the other hand, Jiang Xiao felt like he was playing Super Mario in the first-person 3D version. He wasn't looking at the golden red candle flame and manipulating it from a third-person perspective. His other vision was the world in the eyes of the golden red candle flame. That was also the reason that his field of view was very low and he didn't have a neck. Hence, he couldn't see anything above him. Turning his head would mean that he had to turn his body. Jiang Xiao couldn't help but smack his lips and say, "This little guy is in so much pain. He doesn't have a neck and he's so short. There's even a layer of flames in his vision. When he looks at the world through his eyes, the entire world is burning. How is he supposed to observe the battlefield?" The golden red candle flame spun back and forth, and in order to look at the ceiling, it had no choice but to lean back. In the end, it still rolled backward. Second Last had a different idea. She said, "Since biological characteristics have to be added, you can use the star map on the bird-type star beasts. Then, you'll be able to look down on this world." Second Last thought that Jiang Xiao would figure it out, but she realized that there was something wrong with his expression. "Ah, this is bad," Jiang Xiao said as he covered his head with one hand. The golden red candle flame on the ground tilted and rolled away again. Jiang Xiao muttered, "If I use the star map to control Martha in the future, I'll have to treat myself as a woman," Second Last said. "You and the golden red candle flame are of different species, but you're both human. What's the difference?" Jiang Xiao glanced at Second Last and muttered softly, "The difference. The difference is huge." At the same time, in the long-dead Gardener Pai's Calamity Shadow training space, the sparring partner Pai was controlling a golden red candle flame, jumping up and down, his movements becoming more and more fluid. The other golden red candle was dumbfounded. It did not know why its companion was suddenly so energetic, as if it had been injected with stimulants. The sparring skin once again looked at the other golden red candle flame, but after trying for a long time, he found that he was unable to control it. One cloak star map could only control one target. Sparring Skin thought to himself, "I have 4 bodies, which means I have 4 star maps. That means TSK, TSK. Awesome, there were 4-star conversion members who invaded, right? Let's start with Bays." In this way, he had obtained the combat power of 4 of the most powerful beings on Earth. He didn't have to train hard for decades at all, nor did he have to look for star beads and star pets meticulously. He could skip the painstaking absorption of star techniques and star pets and simply gain something for himself. Ah, so beautiful. In the office suite, Jiang Shao thought to himself, if I were the golden red candle, no, I am the golden red candle now. In this way, I should be able to, while frowning and pondering, Jiang Shao used the light star technique that he did not have at all. Whoosh, in second last vision, she could only see the golden red candle flame trying its best to stand up. The crimson flames above its head suddenly lit up, and the star power in its translucent body was being depleted at a speed visible to the naked eye. Second last's eyes lit up, and she said, I can use my star technique. Jiang Shao turned around excitedly and said, I was shocked by the weapon star map. In order to turn that kind of star map into martial arts, it would take years or even decades of hard work and training. Not only does it require hard work, but it also requires talent in cold weapons. However, this cloak star map has a special effect, and the requirements are not as high as I thought. Second last stared at the golden red candle flame that was rapidly consuming the star power in its body. You're different from others. Ordinary people don't know the specific effects of the star map before turning it into martial arts. That's a hurdle for countless people. However, you first know the effects of turning it into martial arts and the right direction to explore. That's why it's easy. Yeah, that makes sense. Jiang Shao nodded repeatedly, but he couldn't be bothered anymore. I think it's time to experiment with a real person. Second last hesitated for a moment and said, You've been using the star map all this time. Do you still have enough energy? Jiang Shao said, Yes, the soul of the golden red candle flame is especially weak. It doesn't take much energy to control its body. The real energy-consuming part is the process of erasing its soul. Second last felt much more relieved and raised her head slightly. Let's go. Jiang Shao put away his star map, only to see that the golden red candle flame had instantly lost its soul and was standing rooted to the ground in a daze. There was still life in it, but it no longer had a soul. Jiang Shao reached out and opened the door of the Calamity World, after which the two of them strode in. They then flashed into the stone villa and arrived in front of Martha's bed. Jiang Shao looked at the slightly haggard Martha and couldn't help but raise his hand to cast a platinum blessing. The platinum blessing that was 5 meters in diameter instantly enveloped Martha. Second last, who was beside him, subconsciously took a step back. Jiang Shao also retreated. He was in a good mood and turned around to chuckle at second last, only to be glared at by her coldly. The light with the platinum blessing gradually dissipated, and after the sparks disappeared, the two of them were still standing far away from the room because there was still the overflowing light of the blessing on the ground that had yet to dissipate. After a long while, Jiang Shao and second last finally stepped forward after avoiding the layers of poisonous milk. Jiang Shao reached out and combed the strands of hair on Marta's forehead, pushing them aside to reveal her smooth forehead. Jiang Shao then stroked her thick, brown, curly hair with his palm. He pulled out a dagger from the side of his thigh and turned to look at second last. Second last nodded expressionlessly and said, According to what you said previously, the most energy-consuming part is to possess the soul of the target. Martha's soul is already gone, so you won't have to expend too much energy. Don't be nervous. Phew! Jiang Shao took a deep breath, and a cloak star map appeared in front of his chest. He then turned the dagger in his hand and slowly pierced it into Martha's heart. Martha was worlds apart from the golden red candle. The golden red candle was very fragile, and Jiang Zhao's cloak star map would be able to squeeze into the golden red candle's body through the flames on its head. Besides, it didn't have a heart at all, so it was easy to control. However, Martha had a human body structure. As Jiang Zhao's dagger that was filled with rich star power slowly pierced into Martha's heart, second last closed her eyes to feel it. All of a sudden, she said, Stop. Jiang Shao stopped abruptly and the star map in front of his chest emitted a stream of energy that flowed along Jiang Zhao's arm and palm before flowing into Martha's heart through the cold dagger. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, There was a sharp intake of breath. Martha suddenly opened her crystal-clear eyes. Her pupils constricted as she looked at the stone ceiling. Jiang Zhao hurriedly pulled out his dagger, retreated, and threw out Bell. The leaping medical light shuttled back and forth on the bodies of the 3 people in the room. As the light of Bell gradually dissipated, Martha had already been completely healed. She propped herself up against the bed, and her arms trembled slightly. She then sat up with difficulty. Her thick brown hair was scattered and covered the side of her face. Second Last stared at Martha intently, only to see that Martha had lowered her head and seemed to be looking at her chest. She then stretched her hand out and touched it. Second Last suddenly stepped forward and grabbed Martha's wrist, stopping her before she could touch her own body. I just want to wipe off the blood that flowed out of the wound. The woman on the bed in front of her and Jiang Zhao, who was at the end of the bed, spoke at the same time. Their voices came from both sides of Second Last. Second Last let go of Martha's wrist and grabbed her shirt before rubbing it against her body. She then took a step back and glanced at Jiang Zhao. Jiang Zhao stood on the spot silently and muttered, "Although I don't want to say it, if I want to completely control this body, I have to understand her very thoroughly, so." Second Last was speechless. Martha, who was lying on the hospital bed, turned her head slowly and stared at Second Last with her crystal-clear eyes. She then placed one hand on the bed and turned her body, after which her feet landed on the cold stone floor. Second Last frowned slightly. Although she knew that the girl was Jiang Zhao, she still didn't like being stared at by strangers for a long time. Martha stretched her long legs and landed on the ground. She slowly stood up and took a step forward. Ba-thump! She was just like a baby who had just learned to walk. As soon as she took a step forward, her body turned limp and she fell to the ground. Second Last simply stared at Martha coldly and didn't help her up at all. If she wanted to, she wouldn't let Martha fall. At the end of the bed, Jiang Zhao seemed to be a little restricted. He said, "Hong Ying, hurry up and get used to it. That's the other me. You're so heartless." Hearing this, Second Last hesitated for a moment before squatting down and helping Martha up. Jiang Zhao said, "This body needs to be blessed and trained. Let's test if we can control it across dimensions now." Second Last pushed Martha onto the bed and nodded softly. Jiang Zhao seemed to be swaying a little and seemed to have been greatly affected. He said, "Let's go." Jiang Zhao then pressed his hand on Second Last's shoulder and took a second to use the star technique of teleportation, which he didn't use before casting it. As the door to the world of the Calamity Shadow opened, Jiang Zhao stumbled out of the space door and sat down on the bed in the suite. "Sure, no problem." "Okay." Second Last glanced at Jiang Zhao, who had difficulty moving and knew that he was trying hard to adapt. She said, "I'll be working outside. You can stay here." Second Last then opened the door and turned around to walk out. Jiang Zhao felt safer around Second Last, who was a melee fighter. Besides, they were at the headquarters of the Light-Chasing Brigade, which was full of experts. Jiang Zhao kicked off his shoes, lay on the bed, and closed his eyes. In the world of the Calamity Shadow, Martha was wearing a hospital gown and trying her best to stand up. She supported herself with one hand on the wall and walked slowly like a patient who was still recovering. As she walked out of the ward, she supported herself with one hand on the wall and walked out slowly. "Huh?" Martha suddenly turned around and looked behind, only to see that a space door had suddenly opened in the living room on the east side of the villa. Xiaoyan then walked out with Han Jiangxue and Gu Shiren. They reckoned that it was time for lunch. All of a sudden, the 4 of them froze in shock. Xiaoyan's pupils constricted slightly, and she pointed at Martha. You. Martha raised her hand and smiled charmingly. She then said in fluent Mandarin, "Hey, Goddess Yanelo." However, Martha had raised her hand and was holding onto the wall. Hence, Martha's body suddenly turned limp and she fell to the ground again. "Damn it, why do I have to fall every day?" Xia Yin was about to charge forward with her sword when she saw Martha suddenly falling to the ground. She couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Immediately afterwards, Xia Yin reached out and stopped Han Jiangxue with a vigilant expression. "Don't act rashly. This woman is probably in disguise." Han Jiangxue said calmly. "It's been so many years. Can't you tell from Jiang Zhao's tone?" Xia Yin widened her eyes and asked, "Huh? Martha held her forehead with one hand and looked rather sickly. However, there was a hint of laziness in her voice, and her thick, curly brown hair covered her charming face. Her temperament was really amazing. Gu Shiren suddenly said, "Brother." Martha asked, "Huh?" Hearing Martha's response, Gu Shiren couldn't help but grimace and say, "You're quite a playboy, aren't you?" Martha raised her head and looked at Gu Shiren. "Shut up, shameless bastard. Get rid of all the filthy thoughts in your head. What are you waiting for? Hurry and come over and help me up. I'm going to take a bath in the lake." Gu Shiren was speechless. "Let me do it." Han Jiangxue strode over and activated the dark space instantaneous defense. The two of them then appeared in front of the lake. Martha struggled to get up and slowly walked towards the lake step by step. She looked just like a suicidal person who had yet to make up her mind. Chapter 997. In the Calamity Shadow world, on the south side of the stone villa by the lake in the forest, Han Jiangxue stood quietly on the lakeside, looking at the beautiful girl in the lake who was familiar with her body movements. The hospital gown and her slightly pale face added a strange, sickly beauty to her. The buoyancy provided by the lake seemed to have allowed her to control her body better, and the water droplets that appeared around her also indicated that she had used a star technique. The sun shone down and shone on her wet, brown hair. As Martha slowly got up from the lake, the two of them looked into each other's eyes. Martha smiled and said, "I adapted very quickly." Han Jiangxue's expression was a little complicated, and she seemed to want to say something but hesitated. At the next moment, the floating water droplets on both sides of Martha suddenly formed two water clones. The star technique was called Body of Broken Water. Although it was essentially a water clone, it was similar to Jiang Zhao's decoy. Each clone looked exactly like Martha. The platinum quality water clone was amazing, but it still couldn't compare to Jiang Zhao's decoy. The water clones did not have a star map or any star techniques, but they were extremely confusing. Decoy was a multi-core processor, and each of them was Jiang Zhao. They could sense each other or cut off the connection. However, the water clones were controlled by Martha's thoughts. She had the perspective of the water clones, but the clones were just puppets without souls and had to be controlled by Martha herself. Jiang Zhao had no idea what kind of painful training Martha had gone through. Back then, during the World Cup, Martha could even control as many as 3 water clones to attack Jiang Zhao at the same time. She was also able to cover all aspects. If Jiang Zhao were to control them, he wouldn't even be able to control 1 water clone, let alone 3. In Han Jiangxue's vision, the two Marthas stood on both sides of the original Martha and reached out to help her wash her thick, brown, curly hair. "What's wrong with you?" Martha asked. Han Jiangxue said, "You can control her body and use her star techniques." Martha allowed the 2 water clones to wash her hair. After hesitating for a moment, she said, "Martha is already dead. Her soul has been freed. Martha no longer exists in this world." Han Jiangxue smiled and rolled her eyes at Martha. "That's what I told you back then." "Huh?" Martha was stunned for a moment. Then she smiled embarrassedly and said, "I thought you were dissatisfied with what I did." Yes, I remember now. Those are the words you used to comfort me." Han Jiangxue nodded and continued, "My question is, since you can do that to this shell that has lost its soul, can you do the same to a living person?" Martha thought for a moment and said, "To be honest, I'm not sure. When I was experimenting with the Cloak Star map, I had been experimenting with the extremely weak golden red candle flame. After that, I directly experimented with this soulless body. For those who are still alive, I can't just randomly pull them out to experiment and use the star map to control their bodies. That would be too inhumane. The only thing I'm sure of is that the human body is more difficult to control. I used the candle flame to experiment, but my main body is very relaxed, and I can do anything. However, I'm now controlling Marta. My main body is lying down. As she spoke, the corners of Marta's lips curled up slightly, and a cruel glint appeared in her bright and beautiful eyes. Very soon, there will be experimental subjects. I promise. If I can forcefully tear a person's soul apart, it will be very interesting. Hee hee. Han Jiangxue heaved a sigh of relief. The person in front of her looked different, so her style was completely different too. Han Jiangxue knew very well that the expression came from Jiang Shao, but Marta's appearance was too outstanding, especially her brown eyes. The smile on Jiang Zhao's face was exactly the same, but the vibe displayed on the two faces was completely different. With the help of the water clone, Marta, who had washed her body, began swimming in the lake again. She, who already had a water-type star technique in the first place, was now like a fish in water, and her control of her body was getting better and better. It was worth mentioning that Jiang Shao was controlling Marta's body, unlike the bait where there was an extra Jiang Shao and a brain. It was fine for daily activities, but if it was during a battle, Jiang Shao had basically confirmed that one of them would act while the other would hang out. However, it didn't matter. Jiang Shao felt that he could slowly get used to it and train. One day, he would be able to do both at the same time. Han Jiangxue asked softly, "You said that there will be experimental subjects soon. What do you mean?" Marta's head popped out of the water, and she said, "I'm chasing a criminal. I believe there will be results soon." As she spoke, Marta stretched out her fair and tender palm. Her ice-cold fingers slowly pieced together a broken water blade. It was a combat sword that was terrifyingly sharp despite being made of water. Long ago, when Jiang Shao brought Marta's body back, he had already checked the star beads and star techniques in Marta's head before the internal star map was closed and adjusted. Hence, he knew what skills she had. Under Liana's meticulous nurturing, Marta's star techniques were extremely reasonable and of high quality. The only thing that Jiang Shao felt was that she did not have any star pets. Whoosh! Marta suddenly turned into a puddle of water and blended into the calm surface of the lake. At the next moment, layers of water droplets appeared beside Han Jiangxue, and another Marta appeared. She raised her elbow and placed it on Han Jiangxue's shoulder. This body's height is exactly the same as mine. There's no change in the perspective. Not bad. When I was controlling the golden red candle previously, I felt like I was going crazy. I didn't have a neck, and I couldn't even raise my head. All I could see was someone else's legs. Han Jiangxue still couldn't get used to the fact that a foreign girl was talking to her in such an intimate manner. She subconsciously tilted her body and took a step to the side. Can you only control one body? Yes. Marta straightened her body. The breeze blew against her, causing her to shiver. She casually waved her hand, and a pale red star slowly rose up. Next, the temperature in the lakeside area rose rapidly, and the pale red star in the sky was like a small sun. However, it was not as glaring as the sun. Martha said, "This is a rare non-combat star technique in Martha's star technique list. It's from Fairy Tale Forest." While speaking, Marta stretched out her arm and reached for the star in midair. The pale red star seemed to have sensed a summon and quickly flew over, following Marta's arm to her torso before revolving around her body. Marta immediately felt much warmer. Han Jiangxue asked curiously, "What else?" Marta said, "Sensory type, Sea Demon Will, silver quality. Purification, Sea Demon Purification, platinum quality. Battle Roar, gold quality. Chaos Sea, gold quality. Soft Control, Chaos Sea, gold quality. There's also the Burning Sea Bloodline, Speed and Agility, which focuses on agility and agility underwater. It's less effective on land. It's a passive star technique, platinum quality." Han Jiangxue had a peculiar expression on her face when she heard the star techniques that she had never heard of before. As she spoke, Marta stretched out her hand, and the blade of broken water in her hand was pieced together again. She picked up the battle sword, pointed it at the sky, and a misty, sword gleam pierced out. Waves of astral power surged, and it was rather dense. Marta placed the water-made battle sword in front of her and said, "Blade of broken water, platinum quality. Glow of broken water, gold quality." As she spoke, the blood in her body began to boil and droplets of blood seeped out of her pores, gathering bit by bit before flowing onto the blade of broken water. Blood madness, platinum quality. Smear your boiling blood on the weapon to give it a powerful tearing ability. In the fairy tale forest just now, Little Red Riding Hood's light red star and dark red star are of gold quality. Marta continued, "There's also the body of broken water and instant of broken water that I displayed just now. The water clone and water teleportation star techniques are both of platinum quality." Han Jiangxue was speechless. At the next moment, Han Jiangxue felt layers of fog floating above the quiet lake in the forest. Beside her, Marta's intoxicating voice sounded again. "Sea Phantom Mist, platinum quality," and Marta clenched her fists and swung them forward forcefully. Buzz, a melodious and mysterious voice sounded all of a sudden, and Han Jiangxue saw a strange, translucent specter ship sailing over and dashing into the calm lake. "Sea Phantom ship, platinum quality." Marta humphed coldly and said, "It's indeed worthy of being nurtured by star conversion. She only has silver quality perception and a bunch of gold and platinum quality techniques. Did you know? Marta's 16 star techniques are even more reasonable and of higher quality than the star techniques of the official star conversion member, Liana." Han Jiangxue stared at the afterimage of the tranquil sea ship that lingered on the surface of the lake for a long time. She said softly, her mother probably groomed her for the sake of possession. Of course, she did her best to give her everything. What a pity. Marta sighed and said, "She has teleportation, but she doesn't have any star techniques related to space. I'll have to make up for this shortcoming after I control this body and go to Galaxy." Han Jiangxue listened to the pieces of gold and platinum quality techniques and was secretly astonished. However, wouldn't it be better if Marta was stronger? At this moment, this body already belonged to Jiang Shao, didn't it? Not only did he obtain a brand new body, but he also obtained a world-class star warrior with a star technique configuration. Poor Liana. She had painstakingly nurtured her for a lifetime, and yet Jiang Shao snatched it away just like that. Chapter 998. At the thought of this, Han Jiangxue felt much better. However, she still asked calmly, "You only said that there are 14 star techniques. Where are the other 2 star slots?" Martha said, "Water transformation. For a short period of time, the body can be maintained in the state of water droplets. It's of gold quality and is similar to second last atomization, star technique. If I didn't have Silence of Silence, I would have fought her during the World Cup." Martha then turned around to look behind her and muttered to herself, "There's still a sea soul prison. Let me try it out." Martha seemed to be in a hurry. After she finished speaking, her body turned into a puddle of water and landed beside Han Jiangxue. At the next moment, Xia Yin shrieked in the fog. Next, Xia Yin gritted her teeth and said, "Jiang Shao, I won't slap you just because you're pretty, right? Let go of me. I'm wet." Han Jiangxue listened to the voice coming from the fog and couldn't help but hold her forehead with one hand. In the fog, a palm made up of water droplets emerged from the ground behind Xia Yin. Her fingers seemed to be made of flesh and water, and they were surrounded by streams of water that swirled around Xia Yin's body. A huge water prison that was pieced together by water currents trapped Xia Yin firmly in place. Above Xia Yin's head, there were 4 streams of water flowing down from a small water ball in the east, west, south, and north directions. They formed a sphere and drew an arc before finally converging at Xia Yan's boots. At the side, Gu Shi and watched everything quietly and did not take any action. In the fog, Martha had the effect of concealing her aura, and her instant of shattering water was too fast. By the time Gu Shi's senses detected Martha, the stream of water had already engulfed Xia Yan's body. Whoosh! Xia Yin couldn't move at all, but she immediately teleported away and appeared in front of the palm in the ground. Xia Yin bent down abruptly and tried to grab the flesh and water-like palm in a bid to pull Martha out. However, Xia Yin only managed to grab a puddle of water. Instead, Xia Yin got a great shock and thought, why did I grab a handful of water instead of a hand? Is this a star technique that can turn one's body into water? Wouldn't that be invincible? Just like the mist dragon, normal attacks couldn't hurt her at all. Just as Xia Yin was still in shock, she realized that the person underground had quickly scurried out and turned into a real physical body. You've grown capable, haven't you? How dare you imprison me? Xia Yin kicked Martha's buttocks. Martha felt a dull pain in her buttocks. She turned into a puddle of water again and landed on the ground, disappearing without a trace. She returned to Han Jiangshue's side and lamented in her heart. The characteristics of the mist dragon and the water conversion star technique are worlds apart. The mist dragon could maintain its mist state, and all normal attacks were ineffective against it. However, the water transformation could only last for a few seconds and had to be used in conjunction with the star techniques, such as dense fog and water teleportation. As she thought about it, Martha removed the mist around her. The view around the lakeside forest became clear again. You're so annoying. I'm all wet. Xia Yin looked at Martha unhappily. Martha giggled mischievously and looked rather pleasing to the eye. However, her appearance and temperament didn't match her girlish demeanor. Xia Yin blinked and said, I finally believe that this is a world where looks matter. Martha asked, What's the matter? Xia Yin muttered, Look at this beautiful girl, snickering mischievously. She's so cute and adorable. My anger is almost gone. Look at how you're snickering when you're using your real body. It's so cheap. Han Jiangxue was speechless. Gu Shern was speechless. Martha said, Damn it. She raised her hand abruptly, and Xia Yin subconsciously tilted her body to dodge the blessing. However, after jumping away, she realized that there wasn't any blessing in this body. However, the title of the toxic healer had already been deeply engraved in everyone's mind. Xia Yin's reaction was almost a conditioned reflex. Martha hooked her finger at Xia Yin and said, Come on, let's fight. Xia Yin didn't want to spoil Jiang Shao. Instead, she pulled out a sword of desperation and arched her body slightly. By the way, have you given this body a name? Martha grinned and said, Why are you so keen on naming things? Big color diamond, big cloak. What good names can you come up with given your standards? Jiang Shao, Martha Merida. Xia Yin murmured and began to assemble names in her head. I've decided. You'll be called Jiang Dada. Genius. Genius at naming. Our tail feather team has a 7-tail body like you. It's such a treasure. Fortunately, you asked me to be called Jiang Dada. If you had asked me to be called Jiang Mame, I reckon little Jiang Shui would have kicked you to death. Martha suddenly said, Wait a minute. I'll pick up a call. She then stood rooted to the ground in a daze, as if she had gone offline. Xia Yin leaned forward curiously and looked around. She even reached out to pinch Jiang Dada's cheeks. However, she couldn't help but purse her lips and say, He's so tender. He doesn't look like a bettered patient at all. Han Jiangxue explained, He should have been blessed. You know how effective Jiang Zhao's blessing is. Outside the Calamity Shadow world, in second last office suite, Jiang Shao lay on the bed and picked up the phone. Pippi. I Ching-chin's voice sounded from the other end of the line. Jiang Shao turned around and lay on his side on the bed. What's the matter? Why are you so happy? I Ching-chan said with a smile. My dad has agreed to let me be a light-chasing apprentice. I'll follow you. Jiang Shao asked, What's going on? Did he change his mind? I Ching-chin asked. Yi Zhizhong was a powerful person who had his own way of life. Once he decided on something, it would usually be difficult for him to change his mind. Besides, it concerned the future development of his children, which was a huge matter. As the eldest daughter of the Yi family, it was no exaggeration to say that Yi Qingchen was a figure who could influence the rise and fall of the entire family. He was undoubtedly the leader of the younger generation. I Ching-chan hesitated for a moment before saying, "Didn't the Northwestern Guardians of the Night specially set up the light-chasing Special Forces Brigade for you? You're also the second in command of the Tail Feather Brigade, so I'll just have to pester you." Jiang Shao raised his eyebrows slightly, for that was out of his expectations. What kind of mission was Yi Zhizhong assigned? He was the deputy commander of the Mountain Shattering Army. Of course, Jiang Zhao's Tail Feather Brigade was strong, but it depended on who he was compared to. Yi Zhizhong wasn't someone who would be intimidated by such a title. I Ching-chan said, "Being in any team is a form of training, destruction of dimensional spaces, and protection of the country. The Mountain Shattering Army and the Guardians of the Night are all the same. The most important thing is that I can learn a lot when I'm with you." Jiang Shao thought for a moment before saying, "Of course, I'll drag you into my Tail Feather Brigade. If your family needs anything, I can also speak to them face to face." "No, there's no need for that. The next time you come to teach me how to use the Heavenly Halberd, I'll follow you to the northwest and join the Guardians of the Night." I Ching-chan's voice was soft but firm. Jiang Shao replied softly. "What I owe the Yi family, I'll pay it back with you. It's time to find a sparring partner for Gu Shiren. Don't even think about coming out until you reach the Starsea realm and your Heavenly Halberd technique reaches the Platinum rank. Of course, the day you walk out of the Calamity Shadow training space is also the day you take off the title of apprentice and officially become a light chaser." Jiang Shao thought for a moment before asking, "What about Xiao Tao?" I Ching-chan hesitated for a moment before replying, "Chun-Ling Tao is still in the nebula stage and a Year 3 high school student. His family won't allow him to join such a dangerous team." Jiang Shao replied and hung up the phone after confirming the next time he would be teaching I Ching-chan. In a house far away from Star Warrior University, I Ching-chan hung up the phone and turned to look at a mature and capable woman in her 50s. "Thank you, Mom." I Ching-chan's mother, Dong Tingyue, smiled and nodded. "We can't follow you forever, nor can we protect you forever. Time is precious. This so-called Year 4 won't be of much help to your growth. You and I are well aware of the changes in this world. Let him use his identity as a member of the Tail Feather Brigade to ask for him from your school." I Ching-chan nodded obediently. I Ching-chan's mother advised earnestly, "Don't just focus on his combat skills. Try to learn from him and develop your own combat skills." Also, Dong Tingyue sat on the sofa and said, "The Star Organization has their eyes on him. You have to be careful." I Ching-chan pouted and said, "The whole world has their eyes on the Yi family, including the Star Organization. My identity is there too. You can't let me stay in Yi Wutong forever." That was the truth. Regardless of whether Bays brought the news back, the Yi family had almost announced to the world that they had killed Na-Na-Zi. The one who had a direct conflict with Bays and almost killed him was Yi Tinghue. In terms of danger, the Yi family, especially the direct descendants of the Yi family, were all in danger. The mother and daughter chatted, but they didn't know that at this moment, a person named Jiang Tu was following the clues and approaching Bays who had vanished from the face of the earth. "I've finally reached home. My stockpile of manuscripts has been completely depleted. So many authors cheated during the annual meeting. Look at me. I'm as steady as an old dog, and I update on time every day. Don't you guys praise me? I'm going to get into shape tonight and continue to work hard." Chapter 999. A day later, Jiang Shao hurried to Second Last's office and said, "We all have a misunderstanding about Liana's star transformation martial arts." Second Last sat behind the desk and wrote furiously without looking up. "Yeah," Jiang Shao said softly. "I just reset the sparring partner skin, the one who had been in the Gardener's Skin's Calamity Shadow training space, to check if the space was stable. He's almost done with his task, and I'm in urgent need of manpower, so I reset him. After the sparring partner skin successfully controlled Martha's body, I killed him too, and Martha immediately lost control and turned back into a puppet. She committed suicide because of a disagreement? Did she just gloss it over? Did she do it so casually?" Second Last froze for a moment and then sensed the surrounding environment, only to find that it was safe. However, second last had already ordered that there were no more guards on the third floor. She didn't want to enter the suite to talk every time, so she made some adjustments to the guards. A few seconds later, second last looked up at Jiang Xiao and said, "Puppet." Jiang Xiao nodded repeatedly and said, "Liana's star map is really vicious. She used the ability of the sea-devouring soul to tear the other party's soul and forcefully occupy the other party's body. She then used the strange ability of star transformation martial arts to gain control of the other party's body. At this point, a puppet without a soul that he could control will appeared. Liana's own soul could not enter Martha's body. This was all due to the effects of star transformation. In other words, Liana was still Liana. If she died, she died. There was no way for her to continue living in another body. Once Liana dies, her puppet will always be in a standby state. After explaining, Jiang Xiao sighed and thought to himself, "What kind of sin did I commit? Hey, wait a minute. If that's the case, is it possible that Liana already has a lot of puppets? Are there many types of star warriors hidden in her lair for her to use when she's stirring up trouble in the world? If she can still control puppets across dimensions, has Liana already sent people to the upper dimension or even the alien sphere? Has the entire star transformation organization long known about the alien sphere? Here's the problem. Why did she come in her own body during the World Cup? Was it still because he was conceited? Or perhaps she had already made up her mind to take Martha away and turn this disobedient child into a puppet? While thinking about it, Jiang Xiao heard the sound of a fountain pen tapping on the table. Jiang Xiao snapped back to his senses, only to see second last gesturing at him. "Continue," Jiang Xiao said. "I'll explain to you when we get back. Let's go." Second last asked in bewilderment, "What?" There was a hint of excitement on Jiang Xiao's face as he said softly, "I've found Baze's resting place." Second last stood up abruptly and looked down at the excited Jiang Xiao, after which she confirmed that he was telling the truth. At this moment, she calmed down and said, "Specific information." Jiang Xiao said, "He's staying on an isolated island in the southern sea near Japan. He entered a hidden underground cave, which is likely where he and Nana Zi are staying." Jiang Xiao continued, "Ever since he entered the cave, he hasn't come out since. Jiang too doesn't dare to get too close for fear of alerting the enemy. You'll transform into star transformation martial and links later and increase your senses to the maximum. We'll go and investigate. By the way," second last said, "Okay." Jiang Xiao said, "Put on the star power handcuffs. We'll catch him alive." Second last thought about it and said, "You know how powerful the members of the Star Transformation Organization are. It's going to be difficult to catch him alive." Jiang Xiao nodded and said, "Try to catch him alive. As long as I can control him first, you'll be able to hold him down with one hand in the domain of silence. He's my experimental subject." Upon hearing this, second last's heart skipped a beat. Jiang Xiao had already shown his ability to control Martha. If he could control Baze, that would be a qualitative improvement for Jiang Xiao and the entire Tail Feather Brigade. Jiang Xiao continued, "I'm now looking for traces of Baze and chasing him to his hideout. If we continue to trace him, it'll be extremely difficult. If the Star Transformation Organization doesn't contact him for a long time, the clues will probably be cut off. All in all, with him alive, I think we can pry open Baze's mouth and get all the information we want." "Sure." Second last sneered and said, "If we succeed in catching him, I'll interrogate him personally." Jiang Xiao had an idea and asked, "Do we need to report this situation to the Commander-in-Chief?" Second last shook her head decisively and said, "There's no time to lose. Now, I'm your Supreme Commander. You've already reported to me." Jiang Xiao was secretly astonished, not because of how domineering second last was, but because of her imposing manner at this moment. Logically speaking, Jiang Xiao should hate Baze more than second last. However, at this moment, second last was so enraged and vengeful that her eyes were almost overflowing. The assessment mission of the Star Transformation Organization led to the death of first last. That was also the reason why Second Last hated everyone in the Star Transformation Organization. Jiang Shao couldn't imagine how Second Last would face the world if he were to encounter an accident one day. Second Last disappeared, and when she returned, she was holding 2 pairs of seemingly ordinary handcuffs in her hands. However, Jiang Shao knew that they were Star Power handcuffs. Once they were buckled, the Star Warriors around the Star Power handcuffs would be in trouble. Second Last casually handed the Star Power handcuffs to Jiang Shao and then turned into an illusion. A huge lynx suddenly appeared in the office, and its massive body gave Jiang Shao the illusion that it had filled up the entire office. The ferocious lynx lowered its furry head and looked at Jiang Shao with a pair of dark eyes. "Let's go." Jiang Shao pressed his hand on its furry leg. Whoosh! The sky was clear and the clouds were calm. The sunlight shone through the sparse leaves and shone on Jiang Shao and the lynx, leaving bright and dark spots. The breeze was accompanied by the unique salty smell of the sea. The lynx quickly scanned the surrounding terrain and realized that it had appeared in a forest. The environment of the small island was really good. Baze and Nana Z were really good at choosing their foothold. To the surprise of the lynx, it couldn't find any living creatures within its range of perception. Yes, there were no living creatures. This seemed to be a dead island. No, there were still living creatures, but they were easily ignored. It could still sense the existence of insects, but there were no large wild animals. That was very abnormal, because even the birds seemed unwilling to approach this place. An island that was far away from the mortal world and had a better ecological environment was at least a paradise for some animals. Baze and Nana Z built their home here, so they killed all the wild animals on the island as far as their eyes could see. Why? For the sake of peace. Gore! The lynx let out a subconscious sound, but Jiang Shao pushed it gently. Jiang Shao looked at the huge head that turned around and frowned slightly. He then said sternly, "Don't make a sound." The lynx whimpered. Whoosh! Jiang Shao waved his right hand, and the door of the Calamity Shadow world opened. A group of people quickly walked out. Not only did no one speak, but they even subconsciously lightened their footsteps. The Tail Feather team knew the rules because the reset sparring partner skin in the Calamity Shadow world had already told them everything. Han Jiangxue and Xia Yin were looking forward to the capture mission this time. As for Gu Shi, and it was his first time carrying out a mission with the team members, and he was a little nervous. After all, he had yet to go to Galaxy. The sparring partner skin did not follow them out. Instead, the one who followed them out was Jiang Ma, Martha, with a frosty expression. She was controlled by the sparring partner skin in the Calamity Shadow world. She had yet to go to Galaxy, but her star techniques were not inferior to anyone in the team. In the end, Jiang Shao still did not approve of the name that Xia Yin came up with. He felt that the word was too cute and did not match his cold killer temperament. Since his surname was Jiang and Martha Merida's full name was Martha, he decided to use the word to commemorate Martha. It would be a good thing to bring her along to destroy the entire star organization. Jiang Ma and Gu Shi and also quickly gathered information about their surroundings. However, compared to Second Last, who had turned into a star warrior, their perception was definitely far inferior. However, having one more person would undoubtedly be a guarantee. One could never have too much perception. Jiang Shao had suffered a huge loss, and he even wanted to shave Jiang Ma into a buzz cut, put on a mask, and follow her around every day. Jiang Ma and Gu Shi and also discovered the strange environment around them. In Jiang Zhao's heart, the beautiful environment with blue skies and white clouds and lush greenery was now giving him goosebumps. Jiang Ma stepped forward while Jiang Shao followed closely behind and gestured to everyone before walking into the depths of the dense forest. After walking for less than 2 minutes, Link suddenly turned around and looked to the left. Jiang Shao knew that she had discovered something, so he gestured to her and gestured for her to calm down. After walking for more than 10 seconds, Gu Shi and also discovered the aura of a living person. After a while, a person wearing the soul of the sea-devouring beast floated out quietly. It was Jiang Tu. the hero who tracked Baze down. Jiang Tu, who was wearing a cloak and hovering in the air, pointed at a big tree in the distance. Lynx turned around and soon discovered that something was different. The soil on the side of the tree seemed to have been turned over. At the next moment, Lynx tilted her head slightly and lowered her massive body slightly. She then took a few steps forward in a dangerous yet elegant manner. Clearly, it was a hunting posture. Everyone immediately got ready for battle, but Lynx suddenly transformed back into her human form. Everyone was slightly puzzled. Second Last gestured at Jiang Tu, who was closest to her. She knew that Jiang Tu, Jiang Ma, and Jiang Shao could all send messages. Jiang Tu floated over carefully, feeling a little curious. Second Last said in a hoarse voice, "There's no one in the underground cave. It's empty, but there's a guard in the 11 o'clock direction." Jiang Tu was instantly stunned. "Guard?" Second Last continued, "It's a black fog puppet." Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. Jiang Shao didn't find it tricky at all. Instead, he felt glad. He could finally unveil the mystery of the black fog puppet. He had to take down the black fog puppet, regardless of whether it was dead or alive. The Tail Feather team consisted of 5-star Seas and Twin Galaxy. If they couldn't do it, they would have to give up the name Tail Feather. Don't give me any more pointers for the rest of your lives. Live however you want to. Chapter 1000. Jiang Tu said softly, "Back then, I witnessed the battle that took place in the Eve family. Baze and Anazi both summoned their star pets, the black fog puppets, and joined in the battle. Due to the limitations of the terrain, my time-tracing ability couldn't find the black fog puppets that had sneaked into the ground. However, I'm very sure that Baze didn't have the time to retrieve his star pets from the battlefield. I tracked him all the way here and realized that he was escaping extremely quickly. The black fog puppets definitely couldn't keep up with him, unless the black fog puppets knew the way and traveled across the ocean to find them." Jiang Tu thought about it again and said, "Ever since I chased him here and watched Baze enter the underground cave, I didn't dare to go in again. After all, I was afraid that he had been recuperating underground. After that, I traced back the time until now, but he never came out." "You're saying that there's no one underground? Could it be that he has teleported away?" Second Last said, "We'll know once we go in and take a look, but we have to deal with the black fog puppet first." Jiang Tu frowned and said, "If this black fog puppet really knows the way and traveled across the ocean to return to its former home, and if it's really Baze's star pet, Baze's star slot will be empty once it dies, and Baze will realize that something is amiss." Upon hearing this, Second Last raised her eyebrows slightly and pondered for a moment. She then nodded and said, "Capture the black fog puppet alive and throw it into my Calamity Shadow space." Jiang Tu agreed with Second Last's plan and said, "You make the arrangements." Second Last said decisively, "You make the arrangements. 3 of you and 3 of your teammates. You're more suitable to make the arrangements." Behind her, Jiang Shao gestured to the crowd and gathered them to step forward. He then said, "There are many plans. Choose a simple and effective one. I'll go first with silence." Jiang Shao then glanced at everyone and said, "I felt the small hand of the black fog puppet before. Once it's silenced, it should turn into a physical body." Jiang Shao glanced at the surroundings and continued, 8 tails, don't use barren wind. It'll cause too much commotion. Use the flame torch whip to wrap around it and pull it over. My silence will smash open a path, ensuring that the black mist puppet will not make a sound on its way to the shadow of Calamity's door." Jiang Shao then turned to look at Second Last and said, "Look for an opportunity. When the black fog puppet is pulled over, open the Calamity ruins in front of 8th Last." Everyone nodded. Under Second Last's guidance, Jiang Shao and Han Jiangxue soon locked onto the location of the black fog puppet, which was a patch of grass. Through Jiang Ma's senses, Jiang Shao also learned about the environment over there. The guards seemed to be very responsible. At this moment, the small body that was shrouded in mist was half hidden underground and half exposed. Although it was half of its body, it was actually only its head that was sticking out. Jiang Shao even felt a little scared. If Jiang Tu hadn't kept a certain distance from the place, he would have definitely discovered everything. However, it wouldn't matter even if he discovered it. Jiang Shao didn't think that the black fog puppet had the star technique of mental connection. There were so many species in the world, but the humming whale was the only one that had such a high-end star technique. Besides, the black fog puppet had already displayed a rather powerful control-type star technique. Its star technique was definitely not mental. Even if Jiang Tu was controlled by the black fog puppet, Jiang Shao would still be able to rush to the scene in an instant to support him. The appearance of this black mist puppet was very strange, but also very cute. This was a very strange combination. It looked like a terrifying little ghost, but also like a cute big-headed doll. Second last turned to look at Jiang Shao and Han Jiangxue. Everyone nodded slightly, and Jiang Shao suddenly raised his hand. Bang! Soul silencing. It was a platinum silence that had been specially adjusted and did not increase the effect of space shackle. In the silent bushes, Han Jiangxue immediately saw the bushes swaying left and right. Immediately afterwards, a big-headed doll crawled out of the ground and rolled around, crushing the weeds. Han Jiangxue abruptly swung her hand, and the flame torch whip rapidly swept towards the large head that emerged from the bushes. Jiang Shao immediately cast Star Silence. It was all for the sake of restraining the body of the black fog puppet. The long flame torch whip wrapped around the body of the black fog puppet accurately. To be exact, it wrapped around the neck of the black fog puppet. Han Jiangxue tilted her body and tugged it with her right hand. Jiang Shao waved his hands continuously and evenly smeared silence on the path that the black fog puppet was dragged over. Finally, with the tugging of the flame torch whip, everyone saw the true appearance of the black fog puppet. Amidst the silence, the black fog puppet was really revealed. It had a small body to begin with, and at this moment, without the black fog surrounding it, its body seemed to have shrunk even further. The layers of condensed black fog were extremely dark and dazzling, and its large blood-red eyes seemed to have been stained with the black fog too. Han Jiangxue tugged the flame torch whip in her hand again and exerted more force before canceling the flame torch whip. Second last waved her hand in front of Han Jiangxue, and the door of the Calamity Ruins opened. Whoosh, the black fog puppet plunged into the space door, and second last immediately closed the door. The black fog puppet was obtained. Jiang Shao was already prepared to make use of the black and white candlelight to seize Baze's black fog puppet. Who wouldn't want such a star pet? It was a silent capture mission, and the cooperation between the three of them was excellent. Xia Yin and Gu Shi were fascinated. That was the strength of the elite team, and that was the execution ability of the tail feather team. However, Jiang Shao did not let them reminisce about the process of the mission. Instead, he quickly gestured to Second Last. Second Last immediately transformed into a ferocious lynx, and her senses were enhanced to the extreme. Every time her heavy and large claws landed on the ground, it would only make a slight sound. She then walked forward step by step. Sniff, the ferocious lynx's nose twitched slightly, and it kept sniffing the ground. It slowly walked to the side of the tree and stepped on the soft ground. After a while, it turned around and looked at everyone. I'm sure that there's no one. Jiang Shao nodded thoughtfully and said, Sixth last, second last, stay outside and form a triangle with Jiang Ma. Find a place to hide 50 meters away from here and pay close attention to the surroundings. Seventh last, eighth last, and I will go down to take a look and use Jiang Tu to trace what happened here. I'll inform you about the details. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Shi and Jiang Ma quickly dispersed. The lynx stared at Jiang Shao with its terrifying vertical pupils for a few seconds before leaving in different directions. Jiang Shao squatted down, wiped the mud off the ground, and pushed open an underground stone door. Xia Yin took the lead and jumped in. Beside her, Jiang Tu hurriedly caught up with her. It was quiet in the dim underground cave, and everyone could see their surroundings clearly with the help of the sunlight that shone through the stone door. To their astonishment, it was actually decorated in a domestic style. Although the ground and walls were made of mud and rocks, the furniture was very modern. There was a bed, a desk, and a wardrobe. It was an underground house that was about 40 to 50 square meters in size. The structure was extremely simple and could be seen at a glance. As everyone entered, Han Jiangxue casually summoned 2 fireworks puppets to light up the surroundings. Xia Yin had already pulled out her sword of desperation. Even though there was no danger in the surroundings, she still looked around vigilantly. Jiang Shao looked around and strode towards the desk. To his astonishment, there were a few reference books in the small bookshelf on the desk, as well as a bunch of world-famous works. World-famous books? Red and Black, Faust, Wuthering Heights, what the heck? Such a vicious person actually likes to read books? At this moment, the 9 stars array had already appeared in Jiang Tu's eyes, and he was rapidly adjusting the time. In Jiang Tu's world, time and space were flowing rapidly. He suddenly extended his hand and pointed in the air. Xia Yin got a great shock and subconsciously looked at Jiang Tu, only to discover that he had long lost the so-called pupils in Skara. He turned his head to look in the direction of the desk, which was also where Jiang Shao was. At this moment, Jiang Shao, who was flipping through the books, also stiffened slightly. Through Jiang Tu's vision, Jiang Shao turned his head abruptly, only to see the blurry figure of Baze beside him. After he entered the underground room, he quickly closed the stone door and stumbled into the room. Baze passed through Jiang Zhao's body and stood in front of the desk. He randomly picked up a book and held in his hand before extending his right hand to open a space door. Seeing that Baze was about to step in, he suddenly stopped and summoned a star pet. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. A newly summoned star pet? How many black fog puppets did Baze have? Under Baze's command, the black mist puppet floated up. Its body passed through layers of rocks and soil and floated up. Thinking about it this way, the layer of mud on the stone door outside should also be the work of this little fellow. After that, Baze stepped into the space gate. Jiang Tu's eyes and hands were sharp, and he quickly followed. His body passed through the illusory spatial door. In this period of time, Jiang Tu was clearly unable to enter the spatial gate that had been opened in the past. Then, the spatial gate closed. Jiang Tu furrowed his brows and immediately adjusted the tracing speed. At this moment, Jiang Tu opened his mouth wide, and his body quietly disappeared. Whoosh! The sea-devouring soul on Jiang Tu's body floated in the air, looking left and right like a confused baby. Where is he? Then, the sea-devouring soul discovered that another Jiang Shao had appeared beside Jiang Shao. The sea-devouring soul immediately floated over. Jiang Shao reset Jiang Tu in order to recover his energy. Jiang Shao immediately said, Baze entered his own space gate. He never came out. Han Jiangxue was dumbfounded. Xia Yan's heart tensed up, and she exclaimed, You mean he might come out at any time? Jiang Shao nodded solemnly and pointed to the side of the desk. He opened the space door here. Han Jiangxue asked, Shall we guard it? Of course. Jiang Shao nodded. While speaking, second last figure flickered in, and Jiang Ma, who was outside, had already told her about the situation. Second last looked around the house and said, Jiang Shao, continue to trace time using the bait. See what happened here and see if there are any valuable clues. We'll set up an ambush here. No matter how long it takes, we have to wait. Jiang Shao nodded and said, Jiang Tu and I will trace time here. Second last will guard me. Seventh last, go look for sixth last and form a team of 2 with him. Observe from outside and report to me immediately if there's anything. Eighth last, go with her and observe the situation. As he spoke, water droplets appeared in the air and formed a foreign girl, Jiang Ma. Clearly, it was Jiang Ma's water teleportation. Everyone obeyed and went out to hide. Jiang Shao and second last looked at each other, and Jiang Tu continued to turn star transformation into martial arts to trace the past. Jiang Shao sat down on the chair and casually picked up a book from the bookshelf. Second last looked around and casually pulled a chair over before sitting down in a dignified manner. She leaned forward and placed her elbows on her knees while placing her hands on her chin. She then stared at the seat beside the desk with her long and narrow eyes. A few minutes later, Jiang Shao suddenly said, "Restrain your aura and calm down. I can tolerate your anger, but you'll interfere with my tracing of time." Second last looked up at Jiang Shao and hummed softly. 2 minutes later, Jiang Shao suddenly threw the book in his hand away and immediately stood up from the chair. He even waved his hands in disgust. Second last frowned and looked up at Jiang Shao. "What's the matter? Baze and Nana live here together." Jiang Shao took 2 steps back and distanced himself from the desk. "Don't ask." Second last's eyes froze, and she quickly sat up from the chair after realizing something. Peek. Chapter 1001. Day after day, day after day. It was already the beginning of November, but Jiang Shao and the others were still waiting for bays on the island. Everyone on the island was a light chaser, and apart from second last, they were all directly promoted to become light chasers. Hence, they had never experienced the pain of being a guardian of the night. Jiang Shao was fortunate enough to experience it a little. He and second last had once taught 2 apprentices, Fei Shui and Yin and I, at the foot of the Night Disaster Mountain. At this moment, the 2 of them had also been recruited by second last into the light chaser team of the Tail Feather Brigade. However, they had yet to become official light chasers. On the other hand, the 6 tails, 7 tails, and 8 tails of the Tail Feather Brigade were directly assigned to carry out difficult missions. The mission to capture bays this time might be able to fill in the gaps of being a guardian of the night. Without a doubt, second last was the most stable and patient. Xia Yin, the 7-tail member of the team, was the only one who was slightly dissatisfied. She was cheerful and lively, and she could even be considered a lunatic. It was indeed tough for her to continue waiting in a place. At this moment, Xia Yin wanted to enter the ruins of Calamity to train, rather than waste her life there. However, after being reprimanded by second last, Xia Yin corrected her attitude. What did she mean by wasting her life and time? When you're carrying out a mission with your teammates, your carelessness might lead to the destruction of the team. Perhaps you might think that such missions are not exciting enough and that your days are dull, but once something happens, it will be a huge problem. If you want an exciting life, maybe you should go back to the Wasteland Reclaimers. Jiang Shao tried his best to appease second last, and also made Xia Yin correct her position. As a matter of fact, the environment of such a sunny island with a blue sky and white clouds was much better than that of a regular night watcher. Putting everything else aside, the endless night in the Night Disaster Mountain alone was boring. How did second last manage to bring up the apprentices back then? Second last left without giving the apprentices any hope. She didn't even tell them when they could become regular members and graduate. She simply let the 2 apprentices stay in the desert at night. Such a high level of temperament training was indeed a prerequisite for becoming a regular guardian of the night. Another example would be the night watchman who guarded the snowfield and the various dimensional spaces. What were they facing? The environment would never change, and the species would always be the same. They might never have an exciting mission in their entire lives. They might stand at one spot and guard a small piece of land for their entire lives. Wasn't that a waste of life? When second last was demoted, she quietly took root in the snowfield and hid behind the tree. With her destructive abilities, she could have received more important missions and played a more important role. But she didn't complain because she knew very well what she was doing. It was precisely because there were tens of thousands of such people that the entire China and society formed an orderly, safe, and flourishing Star Warrior nation. Jiang Shao wasn't in a good state either. He traced back to the time when the underground room was first built a year ago. The further back in time, the greater the consumption and difficulty of transforming the star into a martial weapon would be. That also caused Jiang Shao to be physically and mentally exhausted after repeatedly replacing Jiang Tuesday. Upon sight of that, second last had no choice but to order Jiang Shao to slow down. They were already in the process of guarding the criminals, and if Jiang Shao were to overexert himself, it would be detrimental to the execution of the mission. Jiang Shao could be sure that in the past year, there were only 2 people there, Nana Z and Bays. During this process, they didn't go out many times, only 3 times. However, they were gone for a long time, and sometimes they didn't even return for 3 months. Jiang Shao didn't know where they went for the time being. After all, if he wanted to find out more information, he would have to chase after them. I've already confirmed that there are only 2 members of the Star Warrior organization here, but I don't know how they contacted the members of the other organizations. Although Jiang Zhao's voice was very soft, it was rather impudent compared to the soft and gentle tone he used to use a few days ago. Jiang Shao continued. Bays' defeat happened at the end of August. It's been 2 months since he entered his own space. This grandson's reading skills are too poor. Hasn't he finished reading that book? Second last was speechless. Jiang Shao scratched his head and said, he took a book called The Birth of Tragedy. Is he studying philosophy in it? Second last frowned slightly and said, The Birth of Tragedy. Jiang Shao grinned and said, I saw it clearly. Nietzsche wrote it. This guy. Jiang Shao stopped abruptly halfway through his sentence. Not far from him, a spatial door quietly opened. Jiang Tu immediately put away the star conversion technique and put on his cloak before floating up to the roof. Jiang Shao and second last also tensed up in the same manner. Buzz, 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 the dim underground room suddenly lit up. Bursts of electricity spread out as a huge lightning-type creature walked out. Second last squinted and thought, summoned creature? Jiang Shao immediately sensed that something was amiss. Using a summon to scout ahead. Was this guy so cowardly? His star techniques were extremely low-key, and he even left his star pets outside to watch over him. Even when he walked out of the space gate, he still had to summon his star pets to scout the way. After all, this was an uninhabited island situated in the southern part of the Japanese nation's sea region. Why is Bays being so cautious in his own home, a well-hidden place? In this short period of time, the creature, which was more than 2 meters tall and had the same structure as the firework mole, but was covered in lightning, raised its head and stared at Jiang Tu, whose body was stuck to the ceiling. Buzz! A burst of electric current blasted towards the ceiling. Jiang Shao couldn't be bothered anymore. He and second last could hide in the dark and teleport away, but Jiang Tu, who was working there, couldn't. I've been exposed. Without hesitation, Jiang Zhao's body flickered and a flower blade appeared in his hand. He then smashed the summoned creature and plunged into Bays' space gate. Upper Oazy, man's F*CK. Bang! Jiang Shao raised his right hand and shot star silence. Bays was instantly dumbfounded, and the star power in his body almost exploded as blood flowed out of the corners of his mouth. What level of star silence is this? What kind of star technique is this? Whoosh! As soon as Jiang Shao released star silence, Bays immediately lost contact with the space gate, which then closed immediately. Jiang Zhao's reaction was fast, but second last was even faster. At the moment before the space gate closed, second last's massive figure had already darted in. Bays was in agony, and he couldn't say anything at all. Even his legs that were trying to move were extremely slow. He had his own way of doing things and his own attitude. He was careful, and careful, but in return, this was the result. Jiang Shao stared at Bays. After waiting for a long time, this moment had finally arrived. His body was even trembling a little. The scene was a little strange. Jiang Shao was trembling with excitement, while Bays was trembling all over. If one didn't know the cause and effect, they might think that the 2 men were mentally ill. Bays spat out a mouthful of blood while stretching out his palm and throwing the book in his hand away. He then gestured for Jiang Shao to stop. Jiang Shao stepped forward with a scorching gaze. Translate for me. What do you mean by a surprise? Bays stood on the rugged ridge and slowly took a step back. Jiang Shao raised his hand and cast star silence again. What? Damn it. It's a surprise. She placed her hand on Jiang Zhao's waist. Second last pulled out a pair of star power handcuffs from the belt behind his waist and strode forward. Well, I've at least finished saying my lines. Jiang Shao raised his hand abruptly, and a thick beam of blessing descended, immediately enveloping Baze, who was moving slowly. The violent beam of blessing immediately engulfed Baze's tall and sturdy body. Jiang Shao gave Baze a set of high-quality services, from controlling him until he fainted. Everyone who had tasted his services would say that it was excellent. The sea breeze blew, and second last long hair was fluttering. She had also walked to the edge of the beam of blessing, but she had no choice but to take a few steps back. The violent beam of energy splashed outwards, and the water stains of holy light overflowed. When the beam of light disappeared, the figure that was shrouded by the light had already fallen limply to the ground. Jiang Shao clearly realized that his firepower was too strong, so he decided to use a silver-level blessing instead. Second last waited for a long time, and as the water stains of holy light on the rugged ridge dissipated, she stepped forward and kicked Baze, making him fall to the ground. Second last slammed her knee against Baze's back forcefully and forcefully. She grabbed his arm forcefully and placed it behind his back before quickly handcuffing him. Second last then grabbed Baze's head with one hand and lifted him up. She then found an angle and threw him on the ground. Bang! With a muffled sound, Baze's back was smashed against a rock. The pain was accompanied by a good, sobering effect, and Baze opened his eyes in a daze. After a long while, he finally looked better. In front of him was an Asian woman with a menacing gaze. Baze knew who she was. Ever since Jiang Shao was on his list, Jiang Zhao's comrades were also on his and Nana Zi's list. This woman was a high-ranking general of China's special forces. Smack! A crisp sound rang out. Baze's head suddenly tilted to the side, and a red handprint appeared on his face. Under the restraints of the star power handcuffs, Baze became a strong and ordinary person. Although second last slap was mostly insulting, it was also forceful. He could tell that she really didn't like strangers staring at her like that. Second last grabbed his collar again and lifted him up to her face. She said in a hoarse voice, "You know me." Spit. Baze spat out a mouthful of blood. Second last tilted her head and dodged a hidden weapon. Smack! There was another crisp sound, and this time there was not only a palm print on his face, but also blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, and a tooth that flew out. Baze suddenly laughed. His laughter was somewhat cold. Smack! Second last was clearly a wet blanket. She didn't intend to give anyone a chance to pretend to be cool. As expected, Baze stopped pretending and stammered, "If you guys kill me, I'll never be able to get out." Baze then tried his best to straighten his head and look at the furious woman in front of him. He seemed to have gotten a lot more agitated, and his voice became louder. "Come, kill me. Now. Yes, kill me. I'll bury you too with me." "Huh?" Second last sneered and threw Baze onto the ground. She then looked down at the self-righteous and fearless man and slowly took a step to the side. Baze said, "If you want to get out, you'd better beg me." A whistle sounded, and Baze turned around with blood flowing out of his mouth. He saw Jiang Shao standing on the ridge in the distance with a cloak in front of him. Baze's expression changed, and his pupils constricted violently. Jiang Shao smiled and greeted Baze. "Do you know why I dare to come in? Since I come in, I can get out." Baze's expression changed, and all of a sudden, he tilted his body and slammed his head against the stone beside him. Baze is a real man, a real man. He actually wants to commit suicide and perish together with the stone. If he dies, Liana Star Map will be out of control. Should such a cowardly person really have the determination to commit suicide? Baze seems to be a little different than I thought. However, second last reaction was too fast. At the moment before Baze's head hit the stone, she stepped on Baze's shoulder and stomped him to the ground. However, Jiang Shao grinned and said with a pained expression, "Use your brain to think about it. Think about it. You can do better. Do you have a death wish in front of me? Do you know what my profession is? You're insulting me." Upon hearing Jiang Zhao's words, second last let go of her foot. Her action, just now, seemed to be a subconscious reaction. At this moment, she should have figured it out. She leaned over and grabbed Baze's head before slamming it against the stone beside her. I'll make it up to you. Bang! The stone shattered and his head started bleeding. Ring, ring, ring. Jiang Shao threw out bell and slowly sat down. He then raised his head slightly and gestured to second last. Go ahead and interrogate him. Be careful and don't amputate his limbs. I still need to use this body. Under the effect of Bell, Baze's mind was extremely calm. That was also the reason that his eyes were filled with endless despair. He saw a pair of long and narrow eyes that resembled those of a ferocious beast. Baze didn't think that such a gaze should appear on a human. For 1,000 words, please ask for some tickets. Top. Chapter 1002. 3 days later, in Baze's shelter in the ocean ridge. The towering and steep ocean ridge did not seem to have undergone any modifications. Clearly, Baze liked the original feel. With Jiang Zhao's help, Zhang Songfu also had that star technique in the alien sphere. However, due to the relocation, the ocean ridge had been greatly modified. In the cave of the ocean ridge, a man in tattered clothes, covered in wounds, covered in blood, and on the verge of death was leaning against the stone wall. His head was drooping, and his eyes were unfocused as he looked at the ground. Ring, ring, ring in a trance, a crisp and pleasant bell sounded. That melodious voice, which symbolized life and healing and could bring hope to people, sounded like a bell ringing in hell to Baze's ears at that moment. This bell did not represent hope, but a new round of pain and torture. Baze's body recovered quickly, and he tried his best to raise his head to look at the woman in front of him, who seemed to be tireless. The ferocious and evil man who was once a hero and full of perseverance had already lowered his noble head to reality amidst the endless pain. It was all thanks to second last, and, of course, Jiang Zhao's star technique, Tears of Sorrow. The terrifying star Tears of Sorrow was the culprit behind Baze's mental and physical breakdown. Tears welled up in Baze's eyes, and his vision gradually became blurry. He shook his head continuously and said, I've told you everything. Really, I've told you guys everything. Please, please, don't do this again. Just like Jiang Shao said, the Star Warrior and the Star Technique could all be regarded as tools. Chefs used kitchen knives to cook delicacies, while criminals used kitchen knives to commit crimes. Bell could make Jiang Shao a doctor who practiced medicine, but could also make him an ugly, sinful doctor. Second last lowered her head and looked at the man beneath her silently. Finally, she stopped. In the distance, Jiang Shao, who was leaning against the entrance of the cave and looking at the sea outside, said, It's almost time. Second last agreed with that. She didn't believe that physical pain would affect a person, but mental damage would indeed cause a strong warrior to break down completely. As for Baze, he was on the verge of breaking down. He had indeed said everything, and everyone present knew that at that moment, Baze had already given up on living. He just wanted someone to give him a quick death. However, second last had cruelly taken away his last bit of hope. He's yours, second last said calmly. Jiang Shao turned around and walked in while the cloak on his body lit up. Baze's eyes gradually widened. He knew what was about to happen. Jiang Shao said, Don't be like that. You've stirred up trouble all over the world and killed countless people. You've destroyed countless families, and your hands are stained with blood. You know, there's a saying in Huaxia, you'll have to pay for what you've done. Jiang Shao then knelt down and reached out to take the dagger from second last's hand. The dagger that used to be cold and shiny was now covered in blood. Jiang Shao directly pierced the dagger into Baze's chest. The star conversion member was finally freed. The illusory cloak star map flowed along the dagger and into Baze's heart. At the next moment, a horrifying scene appeared in front of Baze's chest. Baze, who was like a soul, was wrapped in the illusory cloak and shrieking in pain with a hideous and twisted expression. In the end, his soul was completely torn apart by the sea-devouring soul star map. Such a scene was soundless, but it was incomparably shocking. It was also Jiang Zhao's first time using the star map on a living person, But due to the fact that it was his target, Jiang Shao didn't feel guilty at all. This was a special alternate world, and the Star Warriors were also a group of special people. They were all people who put their lives on the line. As Jiang Shao said just now, they would have to pay for what they've done. Jiang Shao might be the one to be tortured one day. Who knows? Heh. Bai's eyes, which were gradually losing their luster, suddenly lit up, and he took a deep breath. Baze looked up at the bloodstained second last and said, "There are quite a lot of treasures here." Second last frowned and looked away. She detested and abhorred second last's face. Baze seemed to have realized something too and returned to the hanging up state. Jiang Shao grabbed second last's arm and retreated while a ray of blessing landed on him, healing Baze's body and restoring his vitality. Jiang Shao didn't have to worry about the side effects of blessing because it wasn't the same as bait. Jiang Shao, second last, turned around and walked towards the entrance of the cave. Jiang Shao walked towards a corner of the cave and thought to himself, Baze is really cunning. Even though he's in his own space, he still hides his precious items. There's even a treasure chest hidden underground in the small stone room that's only a few square meters. Second last stood at the entrance of the cave and took a deep breath while looking at the calm sea. In the past 3 days, you've seen the ugliest side of me. Hearing this, Jiang Zhao's body stiffened slightly. Second last's body swayed a little, and she squinted while looking up at the clear blue sky. All of a sudden, she felt like a lifetime had passed. That's also the reason why I asked you to leave last time. Jiang Shao knew that she was referring to the time when he arrested Sophia. It was in the basement of an abandoned warehouse in Conkind, and second last insisted that Jiang Shao leave. That time, second last tortured Sophia to death, and there was no need to elaborate on the means she used. While digging the soil, Jiang Shao said, "Repaying evil with evil is what our ancestors said. Besides, if you really want to talk about ugliness, you're just a little cruel on the surface." What really caused mental harm to him was my tears of sorrow. Compared to me, your means are too gentle. Second last turned around silently and looked at Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao took out a treasure chest from the ground and said, "Don't protect me like I'm a flower in a greenhouse. Besides, special people have to be treated differently. We're not dealing with ordinary criminals, but Star Warriors." I'm not comforting myself. I'm telling you the truth. Millions of souls in this world will thank you for everything you've done for me. Second last smirked and wiped the blood off her face. You're thinking too much. I don't feel guilty towards him. Why? Are you worried that your image in my heart will be greatly disregarded? Jiang Shao opened the treasure chest and looked at the 9 grid, each of which contained more than 10 star beads. He smiled and said, "I've been following you for so long. Don't I know you well enough?" Second last did not refute and instead said, "Let's go. There's no more star transformation in this world." Okay. Jiang Shao nodded and sighed softly. He also finally knew why Baze chose to rest and build up his strength instead of taking revenge, despite the fact that only 2 people from the Star Organization came. It was because Baze, Nana Z, and Liana were the only ones left on Earth. The rest of the members of the Star Organization had already gone to the alternate dimension half a year ago. The relationship between the members of the Star Organization was far beyond Jiang Zhao's expectations. This was not a very cohesive organization. On the contrary, there were several small groups within this 12-member organization. The typical example was Baze and Nana Z. The couple seemed to have gotten used to stirring up trouble on Earth, especially Nana Z, who was addicted to enjoyment. She held Baze back and did not let him follow the members of the organization to the alternate dimension. As for Liana, she was the liaison between Earth and the alternate dimension. She was also an explorer. With the ability of the magical star map, she opened up a path to the alternate dimension for the Star Organization. However, what made Jiang Shao feel helpless was that this path was also a one-way trip. Liana had more identities. She and Ash were still playing the role of examiners and recruiting people for the members of the Star Organization. Once they passed, they would escort the new members into the alternate dimension. Although both of them were examiners, they did their own things when carrying out tasks. Bays and Nanazi's small team could barely be considered examiners, but they would not personally conduct the assessment and would only provide information about the members. For the rest of the time, the couple enjoyed life. They conquered their opponents again and again, messed up the world, and experienced the extreme enjoyment of being unscrupulous. The two of them wandered around the world. Every 3 months, they would provide Leanna or Ash with some information about the members to be assessed. Apart from that, the two of them did not care about anything else. They were just having fun in the human world and enjoying their unbridled life. This time, they went to the Yi family to look for Jiangxiao because they had lost contact with Ash and Leanna. They had wanted to provide information about the members to be assessed long ago, but Ash had gone missing. When they went to look for Leanna, they found that she had also gone missing. Combined with the abnormal weather when the two members disappeared, they analyzed it layer by layer and locked their target on Jiangxiao. That was how the story came to be. Jiangxiao shook the star beads in the treasure chest and closed the lid. Unfortunately, his internal star map had yet to be opened, so he could not detect the specific information of the star beads for the time being. However, he was certain that the star beads came from various regions, and even most of them came from various seas. The real overlords would always be in the deep sea. "Come, bring me along," Jiangxiao said. Second last turned around and walked into the cave, after which she carried Jiangxiao's body. Jiangxiao could also smell the pungent smell of blood. At the side, Bei stood up again and walked out of the cave. He then brought second last back to the sea ridge and opened the space door. The two of them walked out, only to see the tail feather team waiting outside. Everyone's expressions changed. It was because of Bei's, whose clothes were torn and tattered, and second last's blood-covered body. It was hard to imagine what second last had experienced. The only thing that the tail feather team was certain of was that second last's blood-covered body was probably not hers. Bei's hung up again, and Jiangxiao also struggled to jump down from second last's shoulder. He smiled and casually opened the door of the Calamity World. "Go in, I'll bring you guys back. I have a lot of news to tell you." Apex. Chapter 1003. A day later, in Jiangxiao's Calamity World. On the platform on the 3rd floor of the stone villa, the 4 members of the Tail Feather Squad and second last were seated around the stone table and discussing something. Martha Merida and Bei's mast seemed to have hung up and were standing quietly at the foot of the wall. If these two bodies were compared to battle armors, then Jiangxiao now had a melee combat mecha and a long-range output mecha. What was worth mentioning was that the black fog puppet that was imprisoned in second last Calamity Ruins had already been kept in the star map by Bei's. Bei's did have 2 black fog puppet star pets, but one of them got separated during the battle with the Yi family and had yet to return home. That made Jiangxiao feel extremely awkward. He clearly had such powerful star pets, but one of them got lost. He learned from Bei's that the black fog puppet that they were talking about was actually called the Black Fog Doll. It came from the secret dimensional space of the Tamon Kingdom, which was called the Black Fog Lost Domain. On this day, when a large number of dimensional spaces were opened, the dimensional space disappeared. The destruction of a space was not the work of the members of the Star Organization. According to the information obtained from the interrogation of Bei's, it should be the work of the neighboring countries of the Tamon Kingdom. It had nothing to do with the Star Organization, and everything was just a competition between countries. It was just that it was not shown in the open. Besides, ever since the last Black Fog Lost Domain was destroyed, the dimensional space had never been opened again. That made Jiangxiao ponder deeply. Could it be that the Black Fog Doll attracted too much hatred? In the dimensional sphere, the doll was attacked by the star beasts and caused its race to go extinct. The star techniques of the Black Fog Doll were an eye-opener for Jiangxiao. The first star technique was to imprison the target's body, while the second one was to seal the target's star power. It only had 2 star techniques, but its control technique was too terrifying and disgusting. It could dive underground because of its physical characteristics. It was a platinum-quality divine pet that stayed in a state of fog all year round. It was timid and fragile. Although ordinary attacks would not have much effect on it, the magical output star techniques will be able to easily kill it and turn it into ashes as long as they were of a higher quality. This was an astral pet that could only seize the initiative. The astral pet had to launch sneak attacks in order to control its target. Besides, this was an astral pet that could target a single target. Once the black fog doll failed to control its target or faced multiple enemies, only death awaited it. Second Last tapped her fingers on the stone table and pondered over Jiang Zhao's suggestion. Jiang Zhao just said that he wanted the bait to bring a mecha to the alien planet. Was it the long-range Baze mecha, or the Marta mech that could engage in close combat? That was a problem. Jiang Zhao also said that he was going to look for someone and help the Three Tails. After the internal affairs of the team were settled, it was time to try to find the planetary organization in the alternate sphere. Second Last did not refute the codename Three Tails that Jiang Zhao mentioned. In fact, at this moment, the team in the alternate sphere had been forced to retreat again and had retreated to the ancient Yi Pagoda city in the Central Plains. In Yin Zhao, the fugitives ran amok and they had already forced the elite team to retreat several times. Of course, the explorers became more and more courageous. Senior He Yun was miserable, Peregrine Falcon Yu Chen was silent, and the Three Tails was getting more and more excited. She had found a goal and a place that was waiting for her to conquer. She came to the alternate sphere because she wanted to see the colorful world. Without a doubt, Yin Zhao, which had a signboard that said, "No entry," was the world she wanted to explore. Perhaps she would only be satisfied when her footprints had traveled to every corner of Yin Zhao. The repeated failures seemed to have made her love life more and more, and she seemed to have found the true meaning of life on a quiet night. The Three Tails told Jiang Zhao, explorers, that after Yin Zhao was the capital, and after the capital was Tianjin, those areas that humans could not set foot in were the meaning of her life and the reason why she stepped into the alternate sphere. Jiang Zhao found it hard to understand her mentality. The Three Tails had already been to many areas, such as the three provinces in the north. She could do whatever she wanted, but she didn't go to every area of the three provinces in the north. On the other hand, she had already seen enough of Yin Zhao, and yet she still stubbornly wanted to measure the land with her feet. However, the repeated assaults were also beneficial to the team. During the thrilling and difficult battles, the strength of the 4 members of the team increased rapidly. Even though explorers could not cultivate, their archery skills and giant blade techniques had also improved by leaps and bounds. However, Jiang Zhao could not open his internal star map at this moment. When the internal star map was reopened, Jiang Zhao believed that he would receive a series of messages. Han Jiangxue finally broke the silence and said, "If you want to find someone, you have to use the Big Dipper star map as bait. Enter the alternate sphere as a healer. Take Baze with you. He has a summoning star technique and a powerful output star technique. He's also a star warrior who is at the peak of galaxy. That will allow you to explore the alternate sphere better." Boom! Second Last tapped her fingers on the table gently and said, "Given the abilities of these 2 bodies, Baze will indeed be able to protect you better in the alternate sphere." Jiang Zhao nodded, seemingly deep in thought. He then turned to look at Gu Shi and said, 6 Tails. Gu Shi said, "Yes." Jiang Zhao was stunned for a moment, for he did not expect him to give such a reply. Jiang Zhao subconsciously glanced at Second Last and felt relieved. He reckoned that it should be because the leader was at the side. However, Gu Shi was rather interesting. Although he said yes, he did not stand up. Jiang Zhao said, "I'll bring Yi Qingqian in tomorrow and the day after. You and Yi Qingqian can cultivate in the Calamity training space with peace of mind." Gu Shi thought about it and hesitated to speak. Jiang Zhao smiled and waved his hand. Since controlling Baze will cause him to hack, there must be a bait left in the Shadow Calamity world. Besides, I also need a decoy to have the Calamity ruins and create a training space. I also need a decoy to guide I Ching Chun in his combat skills and train you. When necessary, this decoy will also help me control Marta and carry out missions. Hence, I'll leave this decoy in the Calamity world. He will have these 4 functions. This is a brand new bait stationed in my Calamity Shadow world. Give him a suitable name so that he can be easily distinguished. Since he's stationed here, I'll call him Jiang Shou. Upon hearing this, Gu Shiren clenched his fists and nodded. He had to level up to the Starfall stage as soon as possible and join the battle as soon as possible instead of being an apprentice. Jiang Shou continued. As for the decoy who will go with Baze to the alternate sphere, what should I name him? Jiang Shou then turned to look at Xia Yan. Xia Yan's eyes lit up. She seemed to have a penchant for naming things. She thought about it and said, according to your naming style, let's call him Jiang Sun. How about that? Jiang Shou glanced at Xia Yan in bewilderment, surprised that she had come up with such a proper name. Jiang Sun's goal was clear and obvious. Jiang Shou continued, I'll take the opportunity when Jiang Sun enters the alternate sphere to reset the exploration skin. I'll enter the alternate sphere as a Starfall stage cultivator and meet up with Yun and Three Tails team. The reset exploration skin will be renamed Jiang Tuesday. In that case, the name of the Galaxy 3 decoy would be gone. The decoy that had advanced to the Galaxy stage would have brand new names, and their functions could be distinguished from their names. The decoy that was searching for little Chongyang was named Jiang Sun. The decoy that was stationed in the Calamity world taught skills, opened up a training space, and controlled Marta and Baze's bodies was named Jiang Shou. The decoy that was going to support the team from the alternate sphere and attempt to kill his way through Yin Zhao was named Jiang Tuesday. Everyone nodded without any objections. Jiang Shou said, since it's been decided, I'll go summon the decoy and equip the star techniques. Also, I have to explain and bid farewell to everyone in the alternate sphere. At night, Jiang Shou finally equipped the decoy with the star techniques. Jiang Shou, Sea Devouring Soul Star Map. Temporary Star Technique. Space-Time Rift, Calamity Ruins. Jiang 2, Flower Blade Star Map. No star techniques. The reason being that the team from the alternate sphere had obtained many high-quality star beads, such as the Fugitive Clan star beads and the Ghost Monk Clan's Warrior star beads. Jiang 2 definitely couldn't let go of them. The only thing that Jiang Shou was going to equip Jiang 2 with was a sea-devouring soul star pet. A long time ago, Jiang Shou and the buzzing whale had found the dimensional space at the bottom of the North Atlantic Ocean that was rich in sea-devouring souls. Xia Yan's and Han Jiangshue's cloaks were all from there. This time, Jiang 2 should have a cloak that could go to the sky and enter the sea. Jiang Sun, Big Dipper Star Map. Temporary Star Technique. Space-Time Rift, Calamity Ruins. Jiang Shou was going to equip Jiang Sun with Sound of Silence, but he didn't have the star bead for the time being. He had to make a trip to Tianjin. As for the remaining star techniques, such as Green Glow, Endurance, Bell, and Imprint, Jiang Shou planned to equip them after he entered the upper dimension or the alternate sphere. After all, he definitely wouldn't lack star techniques with Peak of Starfall Bays around. What was worth mentioning was that after Jiang Shou absorbed the Void Calamity Shadow Star techniques, there weren't many star beads left. Jiang Shou initially thought that Jiang Sun's star techniques would be incomplete and that he would have to trouble second last to communicate with the Guardians of the Night and make a trip to the void dimensional space. However, an accident occurred. Jiang Sun used the Big Dipper star map to absorb the Void Calamity Shadow star beads and consumed very few star beads. Of course, Jiang Shou knew that his Big Dipper star map was related to time reversal and space positioning. However, when the Gardener's skin absorbed the star beads previously, it consumed a lot of star beads. Why did Jiang Sun, who had advanced to the Starfall stage, suddenly consume so few star beads? Is it because I've advanced to the Starfall stage? Or did I comprehend a small part of the laws of time and space? Did I comprehend a small part of the use of time and space? After making a breakthrough, the compatibility of the star map with the star technique finally broke through the low qualification of having 9 star slots and made everything possible. star techniques related to time and space were indeed the most mysterious, which could be seen from the preciousness of the star beads. However, Jiang Xiao felt a headache. Before Han, Jiang Xiao understood the white flame star map. She had an affinity with the fire element star beads. Why was it that she wasn't compatible with the star techniques related to time and space before she understood the Big Dipper star map? Was she being treated differently? However, Jiang Xiao discovered that the internal star map didn't make him special. Before Han, Jiang Xiao advanced to the starfall stage. How would she know what the characteristics of the white flames were? Putting aside the combat star warriors who focused on skills, the average rule star warriors would rely on the enlightenment of the star transformation into martial techniques to help them understand the specific use of the star map. That indirectly showed that the Star Warrior's star transformation into martial techniques was fixed. On the other hand, Jiang Xiao had no understanding of his own star map at all. He only managed to advance to the starfall stage by accident when he saw the fast-moving stars in the sky in the Dragon Cave and yearned to go back in time. Wait a minute, Jiang Xiao discovered a problem. A very serious problem. Is the function of turning other people's star maps into martial techniques fixed? However, mine is back in the Dragon Cave. He wanted to go back in time, so his star map was used to do so. If Jiang Xiao wanted time to pass faster and wanted to explore the future, would the star transformation into martial techniques that he awakened be able to predict the future? The more Jiang Xiao thought about it, the more confused he became. He had always been obsessed with it. As a person who had entered the upper dimension and the foreign sphere long ago, what he wanted the most was the ability to locate and find his way home. That obsession had long been hidden in his mind and heart. So, when he was at the critical point of advancing to the starfall stage, with the help of the internal star map, the Big Dipper star map awakened the ability to go back in time and locate space. Could it be that the internal star map could allow the Big Dipper star transformation into martial techniques to have a variety of options? What did Jiang Xiao want? And it gave him. If Jiang Xiao had set off as an assistant and used the Big Dipper star map as an array formation and implanted the concept in his mind long ago. If Jiang Xiao was at the critical point of advancing to the starfall stage and wanted the team to form an array formation, in that case, would Jiang Xiao not obtain the star martial transformation of time and space, but a star martial transformation of 9 stars array that would increase his attributes or even increase all his attributes? So the Garter skin previously had a 9 stars map, but it did not match the star techniques of the Void Calamity. Among the various growth directions of the star transformation into martial techniques, Jiang Xiao finally chose to awaken the ability of time and space. The 9 stars map greatly satisfied Jiang Xiao's obsession. Although it could not allow him to travel back in time, it gave him the ability to go back in time, let alone the ability to locate space. Hence, after Jiang Xiao completely confirmed the unique attributes of the auxiliary star map, he temporarily closed the internal star map and entered the debugging stage. At the thought of this, Jiang Xiao couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. Fortunately, his obsession was space positioning and time reversal. The 9 stars map was undoubtedly an auxiliary star map, which was not something Jiang Xiao could choose. However, the auxiliary star map had too many star transformation functions. If his obsession was really a ladle, and he wanted to use this ladle to make delicious food and help people strengthen and nourish their bodies through food, then he would really have a lot of fun. Could it be that I, the king of toxic healers, really have to go to the kitchen of the Guardians of the Night and become a cook? Top. Chapter 1004. The next morning, Second Last reported the news of Baze's death to the commander-in-chief of the Guardians of the Night in the Northwest. She also reported all the information that she had obtained from Baze. The news that the Star Organization had entered the alien sphere also attracted the attention of the higher-ups. However, this time, Second Last did not hand over Baze's body. Well, she couldn't hand it over either. After all, Jiang Xiao had already taken the Baze armor. At noon, Jiang Shao flashed to the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean and returned to his unique resource refresh point before entering the dimensional space of the swallowing sea. Jiang Shao summoned the buzzing whale and put on the soul of the sea devourer cloak for Jiang Tuesday. He then let the bait lead the whale to search for the soul of the sea devourer's offspring until the star pet was successfully absorbed. On the other hand, Jiang Shao quickly returned to the team and led his team to the Shadow Cave in Tianjin to seize the fallen shadow, which star bead. Jiang Zhao's goal was clear. He wanted to equip Jiang Sun with the star technique silence before he went to the alien sphere. The Tail Feather team entered the Shadow Cave with their light-chasing brigade identification documents. On the surface, the Tail Feather team was still there to patrol, but the soldiers stationed there knew very well that the elite team was there to search for star beads. No one raised any objections to the actions of the Tail Feather team, be it the Guardians or the Guardians of the Night. They were all from the Chinese army and were led by the deputy brigade commander of the light-chasing brigade. Hence, everyone cooperated fully. Without a doubt, the team of 4 received more care and convenience. Second last stayed in the base of the Tail Feather team in Ezhou City to preside over the work. She was so influential that she could contact the higher-ups of the Guardians of the Night and once again apply for the right to enter the void dimensional space. Once Jiang Shao returned, he would be able to search for some Void Calamity Shadow Star beads and bring them to Senior Hiyun and Three Tails to absorb. Unfortunately, Yu Yuqin couldn't absorb them for the time being because he was still at the peak of the Starry Sea stage and his 24 star slots were already full. He would only be able to use more star slots after he advanced to the Starry stage. It doesn't matter, I'll prepare them for him first. Everything was being carried out in an orderly manner. On the 12th of November, Jiang Shou, who had been stationed in the Calamity Shadow World, received a piece of good news. Teacher Fong was going to give birth. In the Calamity Shadow World, at the foot of the snowy mountain beside the Flower Sea Ranch, Jiang Sun and Jiang Shou, the two paced back and forth with worried expressions on their faces. They seemed to be even more anxious than Hai Tianqing. Hai Tianqing was also pacing back and forth. When he heard Fang Xingyun's painful cries coming from the wooden house, he could not hold it in any longer and dashed into the house. Hai Tianqing's father and the 2 Jiang Zhaos were left to wait outside. In fact, men entering the delivery room was nothing new. However, for the more traditional older generation, Hai Tianqing's mother still chased men out, leaving only Yi Qingchen to assist her. As a medical awakened star warrior, Yi Qingchen was more than enough to protect Fang Xingyun and ensure that he gave birth safely. Yes, Yi Qingchen had been brought into the Shadow Calamity realm by Jiang Shao a few days ago. Not only had she become Jiang Zhao's personal disciple, but she had also become a member of the Tail Feather Brigade the moment she stepped into the Shadow Calamity realm. Yi Qingchen had been in a daze for the past few days. Just like Gu Shi and who had entered the Shadow Calamity realm for the first time, Jiang Zhao's strength and everything he possessed had far exceeded her expectations. After Yi Qingchen entered the Shadow Calamity realm, Jiang Shao did not immediately let her start her training career. Instead, he asked her to accompany Fang Xingyun, who was about to give birth. Yi Qingchen did not expect that the first serious task she received after entering the Shadow Calamity realm would be to deliver a baby. Everyone who was qualified to enter the Shadow Calamity realm was, of course, Jiang Zhao's trusted aide. Fang Xingyun, of course, recognized Yi Qingchen. She had also seen how domineering she was during the World Cup. Teacher Fang seemed to have a natural liking for people with buzz cuts and had already treated Yi Qingchen as one of her own. In the past few days, Fang Xingyun and Yi Qingchen got along very well, and Yi Qingchen also felt the friendliness of the entire Hai family. Although she did not have much experience in being a midwife, she was definitely duty-bound to do so. Jiang Sun and Jiang Shou watched as Hai Tianqing hurriedly ran in, but they did not stop him. He did not really care about the older generation's views. They were husband and wife, so what could they not see? Nowadays, in the hospital, it was not uncommon for the husband to personally attend to the delivery room when the wife gave birth. Moreover, Hai Tianqing was also a medical awakened star warrior, so it would be great to have an additional layer of protection. Rustle! A snort was heard, and a charcoal red and extremely beautiful steed lowered its head and rubbed against Jiang Shou's face. Jiang Shou came back to his senses and reached out to stroke its mane. He sighed to himself, "This child is already 4 months old. In this natural pasture, the Black Ridge Firefeather is eating well, sleeping well, running around, and growing up healthily. At the 6-month mark, the Black Ridge Firefeather will leave the infancy stage and enter the growth stage. When that time comes, it can only rely on Little Candle to become Jiang Zhao's star pet. At this moment, each of Jiang Zhao's baits could also become the owner of the Black Ridge Firefeather by absorbing star pets. The Black Ridge Firefeather was extremely intelligent, and after a few months of getting along with Jiang Zhao, it had developed a deep relationship with him. Hence, it was not impossible for Jiang Zhao to absorb it. Of course, there was a good side to not absorbing it as a star pet, and that was to avoid some risks. However, as a mutated mythical pet, the characteristics of the Black Ridge Firefeather would be wasted. So, the Ying bear lay on the grass and rubbed its furry head against Jiang Sun's trousers. It seemed to be trying to compete for Jiang Sun's favor. If the Black Ridge Firefeather interacts with Jiang Shou, then I, the Ying bear, will interact with Jiang Sun. Isn't that a baby? Jiang Sun hurriedly squatted down and rubbed the Ying bear's head. To be honest, the Black Ridge Firefeather and the Ying bear did not get along well. It might be due to their personalities, abilities, and ranks. The bond between the Black Ridge Firefeather and the Ying bear was the black and white candle flame. This adorable little guy could always win the love of anyone and any creature. Uncle Hai, don't worry, it'll be fine. All the equipment is prepared, and there are even medical awakened star warriors guarding the place. Jiang Sun and Jiang Shou said to the elderly man beside them smilingly while comforting the star pets. Hai Jianjun, Hai Tianqing's father, nodded with a troubled look on his face. That was a rather unique name of the times. Compared to his son's name, it was a completely different style. The old man stroked his half-white hair and turned to look at the two Jiang Shao helplessly when he heard the voices in the house. Hai Jianjun was not a star warrior. Even if he was an experienced and knowledgeable star warrior, he might not be able to adapt to two people who looked exactly the same and said the same things to him. Whoosh! A pitch-black ripple shield was suddenly activated. As the black sky shield spread, the 4 members of the tail feather team appeared in the courtyard of the wooden house. After completing their mission, the tail feather team did not immediately report back. Instead, they entered the Calamity Shadow world and rushed over to visit Fang Xingyun. Hai Jianjun looked at the group of young talents and felt a lot more at ease. In his heart, they were all extremely capable star warriors who would definitely be able to protect Fang Xingyun and the children. However, Hai Jianjun saw another Jiang Shao, which made him feel weird. Jiang Shao said, "Little Jiang Shue, go in and take a look. See if there's anything you need help with. If there's anything you need, inform me immediately." Okay. Han Jiangxue strode towards the wooden house, and Xia Yin immediately strode forward in an attempt to follow her. Jiang Shao hurriedly stopped her. "Silly husky, what are you doing?" Xia Yin was dumbfounded. Jiang Shao waved at Xia Yin and said, "Come back." Xia Yin exclaimed in shock, "I can help teacher Fang too." Jiang Shao smacked his lips and said with a helpless expression, "Don't go and mess things up, madam. The child will be born soon. I heard that the first person a child comes into contact with will be the person they grow up to be." "You?" Xia Yin raised her eyebrows and exclaimed, "What do you mean?" Jiang Shao avoided her gaze and looked around, secretly lamenting in his heart. "What do I mean? That house is full of elites. I can look like anyone, but please don't be as crazy as you." While lamenting in his heart, Jiang Shao looked around and saw something incredible. The wooden house area where the Hai family resided was built next to the Huahai Ranch. It was also surrounded by a medium-sized courtyard. Not far away, beside the wooden fence, a big round head popped out from the ground. "Hey, little guy, come here." Jiang Shao squatted down and beckoned to the fence with a smile. Squeak, the big head that was surrounded by black fog, suddenly dived down, leaving only half of its head exposed. A pair of large ruby-like eyes stared at the people in the courtyard timidly, hesitating and not daring to move forward. It was Baize's star pet, Black Fog Doll. In the past few days, Jiang Shou had been taking the Black Fog Doll for a stroll in the Calamity Shadow world, and they got along well. However, the little guy was particularly timid and had yet to open up to everyone. It was no wonder that Jiang Shao and the others used all means to throw the Black Fog Doll into the second-last Calamity Shadow ruins. After that, when Jiang Shao controlled Baize's body to enter second-last Calamity Shadow ruins and put the Black Fog Doll back into the star map, second last left a deep psychological trauma on the Black Fog Doll. Come, Jiang Shao sat on the ground and tried to put on an amiable smile. Of course, he wanted to build a good relationship with the Black Fog Doll. After all, Baize had completely belonged to Jiang Shao. Although Jiang Shao could order the Black Fog Doll to do anything through Baize's body, Jiang Shao and Baize were not the same kind of person. He was more willing to become friends with the star pet and fight together instead of treating it as a mere tool. Go, little candle, bring it over, Jiang Shao said as he used his trump card. Who is Black and White Candle? She's the Annie from the neighborhood committee who mediates all conflicts. She's the top social butterfly in the Calamity Shadow world. Little Candle received the order and immediately brought its little brothers. Well, it was a few golden red candles and hopped toward the Black Fog Doll while making a woo-woo sound. The Black and White Candle said, "Oh." The Black Fog Doll emerged from the ground and blinked its large, cute eyes while tilting its round head. Yeah. A group of golden red candlelight danced around the black and white candlelight, happily jumping around as if they were dancing. Woo-woo, the Black Fog Doll was nearly 50 centimeters tall, which happened to reach Jiang Shao and the others' knees. It had a pair of short, oval legs without toes and a pair of short, oval hands that seemed to be wearing a pair of boxing gloves. The Black Fog Doll's torso and head ratio was 1:1. On its round, large head, there were two large, exquisite eyes that were like rubies. It should have a neck, but it could not be seen because there was a cloud-shaped black fog scarf wrapped around its neck. Its hairstyle was also very strange. Well, it was clearly surrounded by fog, but it outlined the shape of ice cream. Of course, if you wanted to, you could also think of its hairstyle as a pile of poop. Well, a burst of crying could be heard. Everyone was shocked and hurriedly turned to look at the wooden house. Although they could not see anything, they had already imagined the scene inside the house. Listen to this crying. So loud, absolutely healthy. The crowd hurriedly walked forward and surrounded the door of the wooden house. Behind them, the Black and White Candle led a bunch of golden red candles and surrounded the Black Fog Doll in the middle as it ran back. It was very excited to complete the task, but oh. The Black and White Candle kept shouting and came forward to take credit. But the little guy saw Jiang Shao walking further and further away, running in the direction of the wooden house. The Black and White Candle pouted and gradually slowed down. Swoosh. Jiang Shao suddenly appeared behind the Black and White Candle, leaned down, and picked it up. His lips pressed heavily on its soft and smooth face. Oh, the Black and White Candle curled up its little feet and cried out comfortably. It rubbed Jiang Zhao's face hard and suddenly became happy. The Black Fog Doll looked up at the Black and White Candle's joyful appearance. Its ruby-like crystal-clear eyes could not help but show a trace of envy. A burst of white light came from the wooden house. Jiang Shao looked up. If he was not mistaken, it should be Hai Tianqing who had inserted the healing scepter. As the sound of safety came from the room, Jiang Zhao's face lit up. He squatted down and reached out to the Black Fog Doll beside him. However, his palm passed through the layers of black fog and grabbed nothing. Come, let me hug you. Jiang Shao looked at the timid Black Fog Doll and said with a smile. The Black and White Candle blinked its candle eyes and tried to lower its head face. It called out to the Black Fog Doll. Oh, the Black Fog Doll obviously hesitated for a moment. The fog that surrounded its small body gradually condensed into a physical body. It was also because of this that its head, with a poop hairstyle, seemed even bigger. Jiang Shao held the cute black and white candle in his left hand and the cute black fog doll in his right. He even shook them up and down to feel the weight of the two little guys. At this moment, in the house, Hai Tianqing and Zhang Zhao's postures were exactly the same. Hai Tianqing also held one in his left hand and one in his right hand. He also shook them up and down, seemingly to feel the weight. Of course, Han Jiangshua saw that scene. Due to the fact that Hai Tianqing was her teacher and the father of the children, Han Jiangshua held back and did not raise her leg to kick Hai Tianqing. She swore that if Jiang Shao dared to do that one day in the future, Chapter 1005. In the wooden hut of the Flower Sea Ranch in the Calamity Shadow world, three heads popped out of the pram quietly. The one in the middle was Jiang Shao, the one on the left was the black and white candle, and the one on the right was the black fog doll. White candlelight eyes, black eyes, and ruby eyes. 6 pairs of eyes landed on the two little fellows in the pram, curiously sizing up the pair of newborn lives. Fang Xingyun was leaning against the headboard of the bed at the side. She looked at the little fellows with a doting expression. Jiang Shao raised his eyes and looked at Fang Xingyun. Is it the elder brother or the elder sister? Fang Xingyun was stunned for a moment before understanding what Jiang Shao meant. She turned to look at the mother of the sea and said, "The boy was born first, right?" Yes, yes. Hai Tianqing's mother, Feng Hongwan, nodded repeatedly and smiled from ear to ear. Yun was born first. He's the elder brother, and Yun Ning is the younger sister. Her daughter-in-law gave birth to a pair of twins. Feng Hongwan, the mother of the sea, was overjoyed and couldn't stop smiling. The names of the father of the sea and the mother of the sea were very characteristic of the times. Speaking of which, weren't the names of the newborn twins the same? Hai Yinan, Hai Yunning. The sea was Hai Tianqing's sea, and the clouds were Fang Xingyun's clouds. As for Yin and Ning, they were probably what the couple wanted the most in this era. Of course, Jiang Shao couldn't tell the gender of the baby. He simply said, "Let's call them Yin and Ning Ning. Don't call them Pippi. Haha. When they grow up, I'll teach them martial arts." Fang Xingyun looked at Jiang Shao and said, "I don't know if they can awaken their star maps." Jiang Shao hugged the black and white candle and the black fog doll in his arms and said, "You and Teacher Hai are both star warriors. The probability of the child awakening his star map should be very high." As he spoke, Jiang Shao stood up and sized Fang Xingyun up. She was in great condition. With Hai Tianqing's healing scepter and I Ching Chen's blessing, Fang Xingyun didn't look like a pregnant woman at all. At this moment, Teacher Fang's face was slightly flushed. The new role of a mother had changed her temperament slightly. Her face was full of motherly love, and she was gentle and kind. Jiang Shao nodded in relief and said, "Teacher Fang, I won't disturb you anymore. We'll head back first." Yes, I know you're busy. Hurry up and go." Fang Xingyun looked at Jiang Shao worriedly. "Be careful." Jiang Shao smiled and said, "If you need anything, just tell me and I'll bring it in for you. Regarding the milk powder, there should be no problem." Next to the Fair family was the Flower Sea Ranch. There were thousands of cows there. The quality of the milk, there was absolutely nothing to complain about. After bidding farewell to Hai Tianqing and Fang Xingyun, Jiang Shao left the Calamity Shadow world and returned to the base of the tail Feather Brigade in Izhou City. Under second-last recommendation, Jiang Shao led his elite team to the Dezhang province and arrived at the side of the Heavenly Lake again. He then headed to the Void Dimensional Space to obtain the Void Calamity Star Bead. In less than a week, with the help of Jiang Shao and Xia Yan's domain tears, they almost killed their way through the dimensional space. The domain tears were indeed a divine technique for finding living creatures, especially in the wilderness. Everyone's speed in finding their targets was simply astonishing. Jiang Zhao's silence and resentment, Gu Shi and Shadow Hammer, I Ching Chen's blessing, and Xiaoyan and little Jiangshue's star transformation allowed them to travel freely in the void-dimensional space and obtain star beads at an extremely high efficiency. What was especially worth mentioning was that Han Jiangshue summoned Star Dragon as a fighter. When Star Dragon saw Jiang Shao again, it opened its mouth and shot at him. The stars smashed towards Jiang Shao, giving him such a shock that he almost gave it a blessing. However, Jiang Shao endured it and even used the space-time gap to avoid Star Dragon's attack. Jiang Shao knew that if he continued to nurture Star Dragon, the conflict between them would probably worsen. Fortunately, little Jiangshue and Star Dragon had already forged a deep friendship, just like the strong bond between an owner and a pet. Hence, Star Dragon was very obedient to Han Jiangshue's commands. As time passed, Star Dragon managed to suppress its impulses on the second day. Of course, Star Dragon wouldn't be nice to Jiang Shao, but it didn't find fault with him either. That was more than enough for Jiang Shao. Back then, Jiang Shao and Han Jiangshue set a trap and made Star Dragon little Jiangshue's star pet, saying that it would be able to hate Jiang Shao for the rest of its life. However, at this time, Star Dragon was considered to have lost its virginity due to its strong bond with its owner, Han Jiangshue. Star Dragon restrained its thoughts of hating Jiang Shao and completely ignored him. It would only cling to Han Jiangshue's body when it was not in battle, seemingly to demonstrate its dominance. However, Jiang Shao didn't have any objections. If he could become the mediator between the master and pet, it would be a great contribution to him. Besides, little Jiangshue's Star Dragon was a female. If he could capture a male Star Dragon in the future, wouldn't there be an endless supply of Star Dragon eggs when they grew up? Oh, what a dream! Qingshun was also a little dazed by the appearance of the Starry Dragon. She had yet to recover from the shock of the Calamity Shadow Realm, but she had already seen such a gorgeous Starry Dragon. The buzzcut boy's eyes were filled with nothing but envy. Qingshun's star pet was not ordinary either. It was the extremely precious and rare Black Ridge Fire Feather, but that depended on who it was compared to. If you were to compare the Black Ridge Fire Feather to the Star Dragon, there would be no comparison at all. In the past week, Jiang Shao and the others not only obtained a large number of Void Calamity Shadow Star beads, but also familiarized themselves with the team's combat style and improved their tacit understanding. Jiang Shao also used Countercurrent Light to transform Jiang Shao's Calamity Shadow ruins into a training space rich in star power. By the time Jiang Shao and the others returned to Ezhou City, Martha, Qingshun, and Gu Shi had already been thrown into Jiang Shao's Calamity Shadow training space. After all, Jiang Shao had a control bays and Martha would be temporarily in AFK mode. Although Martha couldn't train, there were definitely no disadvantages to being immersed in such a rich training space. Besides, Qingshun could bless Martha several times a day, which could also help her maintain her vigorous vitality. At the bottom of the North Atlantic Ocean, with the continuous efforts of Jiang Tu and the humming whale, Jiang Tu, who was wearing the sea-devouring robe, finally absorbed his own soul of the sea-devouring. After obtaining his own soul of the sea-devouring, Jiang Tu put on his cloak and the sea-devouring robe that he was originally wearing on Jiang Sun. Yes, Jiang Shao sent Jiang Sun over to and let the two baits cooperate with the humming whale to continue blocking the gate of the holy ground in the devouring sea-dimensional space and frantically search for the soul of the sea-devouring youngling. Since they were going to go on the alien ball, they naturally had to be fully prepared. Jiang Shao planned to let Jiang Sun absorb a star pet, as well as a functional pet that could fly in the sky and enter the sea. It would also serve as a power bank in his body. With the humming whale around, their safety could be guaranteed. Besides, there was also a diamond sea-devouring robe in the team, which was a grade higher than the other creatures of the same species. Ever since the baits and the humming whale found the gate of the holy ground in the devouring sea-dimensional space, the chances of them finding the soul of the sea-devouring youngling had also increased. With the communication, coercion of the diamond sea-devouring robe and the communication enticement of the humming whale, the probability of the absorption of a youngling had increased drastically. It was all thanks to the high intelligence of the soul of the sea-devouring robe and the communication, enticement of the humming whale. Jiang Sun only wasted one youngling and succeeded in absorbing the second one. That made Jiang Shao overjoyed. With such a unique resource acquisition point that belonged to him, it would be perfect for him to farm star beads and star pets. Unfortunately, Bei's star slot was already full. Otherwise, Jiang Shao would have given him a sea-devouring robe too. Unknowingly, Jiang Zhao's troops seemed to have a trend of unifying their uniforms. They were all wearing black cloaks. Yeah, that's cool. On November 28th, Jiang Sun, Jiang Tu, and Bei's, who was controlled by Jiang Shou, were all well prepared. Under Jiang Zhao's escort, the three of them headed to the snowfield, the upper dimension. During the interrogation of Bei's, Jiang Shao, and second last, of course, found out about the other path to the otherworldly sphere. Even the commander-in-chief of the Guardians of the Night in the Northwest also found out about the hidden path. As for how the commander-in-chief would report the information to the country, that was his business. The path was at the bottom of the Adriatic Sea in the Apennines island of Europe. The burning sea dimensional space that was hidden at the bottom of the sea was extremely dangerous. Of course, with two Bates and Bays, they definitely could go anywhere. However, Jiang Shao was worried that if he took that route, he might encounter members of the Star Organization along the way or after entering the alien ball. So, hence, although the white ghouls were ferocious and of the gold and platinum quality, the snowfield was really safe compared to the path to the burning sea dimensional space. It's better to go to the snowfield dimensional space. It was clearly not the time to start the war yet, and the abilities of the Bait were still too weak. Baze was not afraid of fighting one-on-one, but the problem was that there were many members of the Star Organization in the European continent of the otherworldly sphere. As far as Baze knew, apart from the 8 official members, at least 22 people had already been sent to the bottom of the Adriatic Sea dimensional space by Examiner Liana and Examiner Ash. Baze and Anna Z were not official examiners yet. They were only providing information and intelligence. Baze had no idea how many people Examiner Liana and Examiner Ash had sent to the top of the Adriatic Sea dimensional space. However, now that Liana and Ash had both died, the supplies of the Star Organization members in the otherworldly sphere should have been cut off. However, no matter what, it was extremely irrational for Jiang Shao to start a war with the members of the Star Organization in the otherworldly sphere. In the beginning, when Jiang Shao reset the exploration skin, he had already provided such information to the otherworldly team. This time, Jiang Tu, who had advanced to the Starfall stage, had to have a good discussion after meeting with the members of the otherworldly team. The only thing to pay special attention to was that none of the members of the Star Organization, including Nana Z and Baze, who were tyrannical and greedy on Earth, controlled the actions of human countries and armies. They rarely used the power of a country to achieve their own goals. The overall thinking of the Star Organization was not on the same level as that of this world. The Star Organization only focused on powerful individuals. Jiang Shao was not quite sure what their idea of building a team was. Were they going to build an elite team? Or did they not care about weak ants at all? Perhaps, in the thinking of the Star Organization, there was no such concept as ants can bite an elephant to death. When an individual was strong enough to destroy a country, or even the world, perhaps the Star Organization really did not care about these ordinary countries and armies. Jiang Shao had some experience with that. In the alternate dimension, Jiang Shao had a group of nearly 1,000 grimace monks. He could also mobilize a team of nearly 1,000 savages, but the seemingly large number of combatants, he reckoned that the Three Tails and he Yun alone would probably be enough to wipe out the two armies. In a more radical manner, perhaps the Three Tails alone would be enough. Putting aside the destructive abilities of the Three Tails, her ink flower star technique, which allowed her to control the corpses, would really be able to completely destroy and raze the Birch Forest tribe and the Yegu Pagoda city to the ground. In terms of attacking cities, the Three Tails, Yu Chen, Li Haoge, and the others were not on the same level at all. Unfortunately, the corpses she controlled could not use star techniques, and the biological characteristics of the suicidal skeletons were too disgusting. They would only be considered dead after their heads were beheaded and their bodies were smashed. Otherwise, the Three Tails would have long destroyed the land of Yanzhou. As the picture of the advanced world slowly unfolded in front of Jiang Shao, he had a deeper understanding of how ridiculously strong a true top-notch Star Warrior could be. The Three Tails could destroy the Birch Forest and the Yegu Pagoda. Why couldn't Jiang Shao do the same? How many creatures could survive the torrential downpour of the Star Warrior level? The higher latitude world was constantly approaching, and the human Star Warriors climbed to the peak again and again to become gods. In the end, how many creatures would be left in this world? Or rather, would this planet still exist? Jiang Shao knew that in the future, he would not only have to destroy the powerful star beasts, but also the powerful humans. From another perspective, perhaps Jiang Shao himself should also be on the list of people that he should destroy. He did not have to destroy himself. After the mission was completed, he could run into the Calamity Shadow world and steal the fleeting life. That would be a good choice, too. Who knows? I'll give him the answer when the time comes. Chapter 1006. Everything was on the right track. Jiang Shao was stationed in the Calamity Shadow world and had also opened his own Calamity Shadow training space. In the training space, Gu Shi and Yi Qingchun were training hard. There was also a melee combat mecha, Martha. Although she was in the hack mode, she was enjoying the nourishment and transformation of her body by the rich star power. Jiang Sun, Jiang Tu, and Baze, who was controlled by Jiang Shao, had already entered the upper dimension of the snowfield. It was worth mentioning that the three of them were all wearing rings and masks. Jiang Sun and Jiang Tu were also wearing the soul of the Sea Devourer cloak. Not only did they bring 100 Void Calamity Shadow star beads, but Jiang Sun also brought the heavenly halberd made from the body of the Void Calamity Shadow, as well as the rapidly growing Black Ridge Fire Feather. In fact, Baze used to have a cloaked star pet called the Soul of the Sea Devourer, but it was killed by Jiang Shao and Yi Tonghui during the battle at the Yi family. At this moment, Baze still had an empty star slot. Baze was extremely lacking in defensive star techniques, but he did have a purple lightning armor that had strong defensive power, but he had to actively activate it. Who would give him the opportunity to activate his defensive star technique during a battle between experts? Besides, what if he was silenced? How could he activate his defensive star technique? Hence, Jiang Shao planned to give Baze a defensive star technique that he didn't have to actively activate after he got on the Strange Orb. Platinum Endurance was a good choice, but if he were to absorb the White Ghoul Star Bead, he would probably absorb Green Glow. The Body of Desperation star technique was also of diamond quality. If he were to kill the leader of the Desperation clan, the star bead would even be of star quality. Besides, the other star technique in the star bead, the Pearl of Desperation, was also a star technique with explosive output. Even if he were to absorb it wrongly, he wouldn't feel the pinch. Truth be told, Baze was really unlucky. He had 3 astral pets in total, and he had everything he needed to survive. A black fog doll went missing and had yet to find its home. A soul of the Sea Devourer was slaughtered. At this moment, there was only one black fog doll in Baze's star map. It was the little guy that Jiang Shao was carrying and weighing. Jiang Sun, Jiang Tu, and Baze could fly, but Baze opened Ocean Ridge Shelter and took Jiang Sun and Jiang Tu inside. Usually, any of Jiang Zhao's bait would take 1 to 2 months to find the way after entering the upper dimension, even if they knew where the space gate leading to the alien sphere was. That was because the decoy usually used the Shadow Crow Star technique to fly and travel. At this moment, with Baze around, the 3 of them were really fast. After keeping Jiang Sun and Jiang Tu in his Ocean Ridge shelter, Baze continuously used the purple lightning flash to move at high speed. Coupled with his flight ability and teleportation star technique, he fully displayed the demeanor of a fugitive. Fight. I am very strong, but that's not my strongest. Run for my life? Haha, you found the right person. Besides, Baze had the star technique Song of the Ocean, which allowed him to make people stay away from him through a strange song. That increased his safety factor. Jiang Sun and Jiang Tu were in Sea Ridge Shelter, cultivating their relationship with Black Ridge Fire Feather, Black Mistal, and Sea Soul. The boring journey was very enjoyable. In the Northwest Guardians of the Night, Jiang Shao also received his own special mission. At this moment, Jiang Shao was standing in Second Last's office. He stared dumbfoundedly at Second Last, who was sitting behind the desk in front of him in disbelief. "What do you mean by you?" he asked. Second Last said, "The higher-ups are asking you for help." Jiang Shao waved his hands and shook his head vigorously. "What do you mean by asking for help? I'll just follow your orders. Are you kidding me? Hong Ying, you really have the guts to say that? Asking for help from the higher-ups? You're probably going to end your career as a senior colonel, right? You've been in the army for such a long time, yet you still don't have that awareness?" Before the Tail Feather Brigade settled in the Dajiang province and became a military force, Jiang Shao and the Second Last had been to Jincheng City and received some advice from the commander-in-chief. At that time, the old man said that due to the special effects of Jiang Zhao's star map, Jiang Shao might be assigned to carry out some special missions. "Okay," Second Last humphed and put down the fountain pen in her hand. "There's an independent light-chasing team that has been hindered. After reporting it to the higher-ups, they appointed you to help them. To be exact, the light-chasing team is asking for help." Jiang Shao pondered for a moment and realized the difficulty of the mission. What kind of people are the Guardians of the Night? In particular, the Chinese military was not to be trifled with. Since the higher-ups had given them an order, they had to complete it. Even if they couldn't, they had to create the conditions to do so. They had to overcome all difficulties and complete the mission even if they had to destroy the entire team. What kind of situation would cause a glorious and prideful army to send out a distress signal? Second Last continued, "Lingjiao." "Huh?" Jiang Shao scratched his head. Of course, he knew that name. It was the light-chasing team captain that Second Last had appointed. However, for some reason, he hadn't reported to the team yet. Wang Lang and Lin Wanyin, who were assigned to the team at the same time, had already reported to the Tail Feather Brigade a long time ago. They had already been in office for more than a month. Lingjiao was the only one who was still nowhere to be seen. Lingjiao was just a code name. Her real name was Qi Lingjiao. 709. It was easy to remember her name. Jiang Shao had read her information and knew that she was the daughter of a hero. Her parents were members of the Guardians of the Night, but they died when Qi Lingjiao was young. After that, the child grew up in the army and had become a god of war. In fact, Qi Lingjiao was not the only one. There were many other unfortunate children. Among the children of the martyrs, some of them did not awaken their star maps. After they grew up, they would either be sent back to society by the Guardians of the Night according to their own wishes, or they would simply stay in the army as logisticians. Why did Second Last suddenly mention that? Second Last said, "The light-chasing team of Lingjiao is carrying out a special mission to arrest a traitor." Jiang Zhao's expression changed, and he exclaimed, "A traitor?" Second Last nodded and said with a sullen expression, "This traitor used to be a senior member of the Star Warriors Association in Sanchin Province. Due to the fact that he has reached a certain level, he has a lot of information and intelligence. At present, there is sufficient evidence to show that he was bewitched by external forces and leaked a lot of information. Ever since he was exposed, he has been fleeing for his life." Jiang Shao nodded immediately and asked, "Where do we gather?" Second Last said, "Ludong Province." Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. Second Last said again to indicate that Jiang Shao did not hear wrongly, Ludong Province. "You're working in Sanchin Province. Why don't you run to the north or the northwest? Why did you run to Ludong Province? Hide in the crowd? Where? Why did you take it so hard? Could it be that this guy works in the Sanchin Province Star Warriors Association, so he knows more about the violence of the troops in the northwest and chose to escape to the east? Sanshin Province is indeed very close to Ludong Province. After crossing Zhongyuan Province, we'll arrive at Ludong Province. What then? Where do we escape to? To the sea? To a foreign country for asylum? Second last said, Lin Wanyin is waiting for you on the first floor. You two go together. Jiang Shao blinked and thought, why do I have to bring Captain Chaser with me? Second last understood Jiang Shao well. Upon seeing his expression, she said, Lin Wanyin is from Ludong Province and is familiar with everything there. Her guqin and flute can calm your mind and dispel mental attacks. If you want to carry out the mission in Ludong Province, you'll need her to escort you. In addition, don't underestimate that criminal. He's rather capable, considering that he managed to get to such a position in the Star Warriors Association and escape to Ludong Province. Rather capable? Have you heard of Star Conversion? I've already killed several of them and killed all the Star Conversion on Earth. No matter how strong that traitor is, can he be stronger than a member of the Star Conversion? Jiang Shao said with a troubled expression, my bell can dispel and heal mental attacks. Second last humphed and turned to look out of the window. Listen to my orders, carry out the orders. Jiang Shao looked upset and said, I'll just bring my tail feather squad. Second last said, you go with Lin Wanyin. Leave seven-tailed and eight-tailed to me. The situation in Dajiang Province is dire, and we need help. I'll take the two of them with me for the time being. Jiang Shao sighed helplessly and thought, okay, you're the brigade commander. You have the highest authority. He had no choice but to enter the Calamity World and call Xia Yin and Han Jiangshu out before leaving them to second last. The pitiful Gu Shirin, who was also a member of the Tail Feather team, was ignored. Second last looked at Jiang Shao, who was about to leave, and said, bring the criminal back and Lingzhou back too. Jiang Shao didn't turn around and simply waved his hand. He reckoned that second last must have been rather displeased that Lingzhou hadn't reported for so long. However, Jiang Shao wasn't worried that second last would make things difficult for her subordinates. After all, she was a reasonable person. There must be a reason why Lingzhou didn't report for duty despite being on such an important mission. Jiang Shao walked down from the office building and saw a slender figure in a military uniform in the hall on the first floor. Jiang Shao had always felt that Lin Wanyin's figure was suitable to be a celebrity and not a Star Warrior. Reporting. When Lin Wanyin saw Jiang Shao walking down the stairs, she immediately walked up to him and stood at attention. Her voice was gentle and pleasant. I heard that your codename is Kong Shao? Jiang Shao said casually while nodding and gesturing for her to follow him. Yes, sir. Lin Wanyin quickly caught up with Jiang Shao and walked out of the office building. Well, it's really old-fashioned, Jiang Shao said, only to see a man with pigtails leaning against a military vehicle outside the door. Xiaopi. Fu Hei hurriedly walked over with a smile on his face when he saw Jiang Shao walking out. Jiang Shao blinked and said, What's Xiaopi? Stand at attention. Stand properly. Reporting. Brigade Commander Jiang. Fu Hei stood at attention reflexively as if a switch had been triggered. Okay. Jiang Shao nodded in satisfaction, and his solemn expression suddenly changed. What's the matter, Brother Fu? Fu Hei was speechless. Jiang Shao strode towards the military vehicle and said, I'm pressed for time. If there's nothing else, I'll get going. Fu Hei quickly caught up with him and grabbed the door of the convertible military vehicle with one hand. He said, That woman isn't good with words. Even if she speaks, it'll be harsh. If the higher-ups send someone to help her, it'll be a slap to her face. If you go, she'll definitely give you a hard time. Xiaopi, for my sake, show some mercy. Jiang Shao was slightly stunned and asked, Didn't she take the initiative to ask for help? Fu Hei seemed to be put in a spot and stammered without saying anything. Jiang Shao raised his eyebrows slightly and wondered, There's a story behind this? Did second last intervene by force? Her last sentence made Jiang Shao bring Lingzhou back. Jiang Shao was well aware of the relationship between Fu Hei and Lingzhou. Back in the Dragon Cave base, When the members of the tail feather team went to bed at night, Jiang Xiao was upset and couldn't fall asleep while wiping his badge. In order to comfort Jiang Xiao, Fu Hei once told him a story, and the female protagonist of the story was Lingjiu. Lingjiu had always been under Fu Hei and was considered to have had a tough life. She had experienced ups and downs with Fu Hei all year round. In the end, as Fu Hei was demoted, Lingjiu took over the mess left behind by Fu Hei and became the captain. Jiang Xiao sat in the car and reached out to pat Fu Hei's shoulder. "Okay, you know my character. Besides, she's your little girlfriend, so don't worry." Fu Hei shook his head and smiled without explaining anything. He closed the door of the passenger seat for Jiang Xiao and leaned forward. "Brother Fu, please don't nurse her in public. She's too prideful." "Prideful?" Jiang Xiao chuckled. "Is Ho Ming's prideful? Do you think I'm spoiling her? Even the peas are distributed in a row. Don't talk to me about this." Okay. Jiang Xiao waved his hands and gestured to Lin Wanyan, who was in the driver's seat. "Let's go." Lin Wanyan smirked and stepped on the accelerator before driving off. Fu Hei looked at the military vehicle that was speeding away and couldn't help but sigh. When the vehicle disappeared in the courtyard of the base, Fu Hei finally turned around and strode towards the office building, only to feel that something was amiss. Fu Hei raised his head and saw a figure standing at the window on the third floor. Second last looked down at Fu Hei and asked, "Who told you to come back?" Her voice wasn't loud, and Fu Hei didn't have any perception-type star techniques. However, Fu Hei knew that second last was probably up to no good. Fu Hei chuckled and raised his head to wave at second last. "Hey, Brigadier Commander Luan, are you free? Look at the commotion. I just came back and haven't had the time to visit you yet. I brought back a lot of apples that just ripened in November. They're especially fresh and juicy. I'll send it to you now." There were many administrative staff in the office building who were the light-chasing apprentices of the Tail Feather Brigade. At this moment, they were all a little dumbfounded. In broad daylight, this Fu Hei had some tricks up his sleeves. Chapter 1007. On the small transport plane, Jiang Xiao nodded continuously while listening to Lin Wanyan's introduction of the situation in Ludong. Lin Wanyan was born and raised in Ludong before attending Star Warrior University in Ludong Province. After graduating, she joined the army and thought that she would join the Guardians of the Night in Huadong, but she ended up being recruited by the Guardians of the Night in the Northwest. She had been working in the land of Sanqin before, and had only recently been transferred to the light-chasing brigade by second last. It was said that she was settling down her family before receiving orders to return to her hometown with Jiang Xiao. All Chinese people, especially the traditional Ludong people, had the idea of resettling and resettling. However, Lin Wanyan's mouth was, in the words of the three northern provinces, she was really talkative. Previously, she had forcefully brought her parents to the land of Sanqin. Now, she had even brought them to Izhou City and settled them in the military compound of the Tail Feather Brigade. Well, it wasn't appropriate to describe it as being talkative. After all, her way of persuading them was very gentle. She could be said to be reasonable and emotional. Besides, she had the special advantage of being a woman. No one would be able to resist her delicate and pleading manner. Even now, when Jiang Xiao listened to her talk about the dimensional space, star beasts, and star techniques in her hometown, he felt like he was listening to a late-night host. Jiang Xiao looked at the woman in front of him who was dressed in a cool black uniform and asked curiously, "Why is your code name Kong Xiao? You don't have such a star technique in your list of star techniques." And Jiang Xiao tilted his head and glanced at the jade flute in her other hand. The combination was really like a work of art. It was hard to say which was more beautiful, the jade flute or the slender palm. Jiang Xiao realized that his behavior was a little rude and immediately looked away. Lin Wanyan explained with a smile, "I learned it when I was young, and I performed it for everyone during the military performance. That's how I got my code name. Actually, I've never used that instrument during battles." Jiang Xiao nodded and felt that the situation was getting worse. He asked casually, I heard that you're good at melee combat too, and you use this flute. Lin Wanyin smiled. Her eyes were bright and her teeth were white. Her voice was gentle. Modern people don't use a flute as a close-range weapon. Even in ancient times, there weren't many who did. I learned my mediocre kung fu from you. They're not melee-type star beasts, but once you get close and force them into a corner, they'll still show a few moves. Jiang Xiao was amused too. Haven't you tried Grimace Monk? Lin Wanyin turned around and asked, Jiang Xiao said, they're a group of weapon masters. If you throw the flute to them, it might work. Lin Wanyin couldn't help shaking her head with a smile. I'm just a medical support, so I won't put too much effort into this aspect. Rumble. As the plane landed and glided for a while, Jiang Xiao and Lin Wanyin got off the military plane. Not far away, there were two soldiers standing obediently beside the military vehicle. When they saw Jiang Xiao coming down, they hurriedly went up to him. Sir, sir. Jiang Xiao hurriedly returned the greeting and urged, there's no time to lose. Let's go. The military vehicle drove directly out of the airport and sped along the empty road. They also saw some military guard points. As the vehicle moved forward, Jiang Xiao also felt that something was amiss. Where are we? Jiang Xiao asked with a frown. Aren't we going to Highway City? Sir, according to the intelligence, the criminal is currently in Stone Harbor. The soldier who was driving replied. Stone Harbor? Jiang Xiao froze for a moment. Why does this place sound so familiar? Why do I feel like I've heard of it somewhere before? Jiang Xiao thought for a while, then suddenly slapped his forehead. He remembered it. Isn't my college roommate, Rin Shu's home in Stone Harbor? That big shield is in his 4th year this year, right? Oh, right. I'm in my 4th year too. Sigh. Ever since he joined the Guardians of the Night, the Wasteland Reclaimers, carried out missions, and participated in the World Cup, Jiang Xiao hadn't slept in the university dormitory for more than a few days. He had almost forgotten who his college roommate was while thinking about it. The military vehicle had already driven into the town, and Jiang Xiao faintly heard a shout in his ears. Jiang Xiao and Lin Wanyin hurriedly looked to the left, only to see a faint riot on the left side of the street. That's... Jiang Xiao's eyes widened slightly as he saw a figure wearing a bamboo hat and a straw raincoat running on the low commercial building on the side of the street. Behind it, there were two bright yellow figures in reflective clothes, chasing after that person at high speed. Grimace Monk? Of course, wasn't the Grimace Monk. It should be the white-faced dancer. After all, the territory was an unspoken rule that all creatures in the other world had to abide by. Perhaps in the area between Ludong Province and Zhongyuan Province, one could see the Grimace Monk from the top of the ancient tower, but in northeastern coastal area of Ludong Province, one would never be able to see the creature at the top of the ancient tower. In front, the soldier who was driving had a solemn expression. Regardless of whether the street over there was open to the holy ground or the dimensional space, it was not a good thing for Stone Harbor Town. Bang! The tall figure wearing a bamboo hat and a straw raincoat had a pair of white marble long legs. Due to the large strides, they were exposed from the wide gap. However, the figure suddenly staggered. It was supposed to leap across the street horizontally, but it missed its footing and fell directly. Jiang Xiao keenly discovered that it definitely did not fall on its own, but because it had been hit by a soul attack. One of the two Victor's Legion members behind had already taken a horse stance. His figure was erratic, like an illusory body line, and he was even doing a horse stance punch movement. On the roof of the shop where the white-faced dancer fell, there was an illusory figure that was quickly dissipating. The other Victor's Legion member did not stop from the beginning to the end. The dagger in his hand flashed, and he shot out like a cannonball. Before the white-faced dancer fell to the ground, she was intercepted by the Victor's Legion member. The dagger pierced through the thick straw raincoat and into her heart. Screech, Jiang Xiao said, drive straight into this street. Go and support our brothers. The soldier who was driving looked up at the rearview mirror and said awkwardly, but, sir, Jiang Xiao interrupted the soldier and said, the white-faced dancer is still of the silver quality, but the Yin Yang Soul Warrior is of the gold quality. Since you've seen it, You can't ignore it. Drive straight in. This is an order. Yes. The soldier turned the steering wheel and turned into the street. The two soldiers of the victor's legion were right in front of him. The guardian of the night soldier who was driving was very skilled. Obviously, he had done this many times. He took out his ID and put it outside the window. It was when the car turned and met the two soldiers of the victor's legion that Jiang Shao saw the true face of the white-faced dancer. Jiang Shao had never been to Ludong province, but he had seen the appearance of the white-faced dancer in textbooks and military materials. But at the end of the day, he still saw the photos and videos. When Jiang Shao saw the face of the white-faced dancer with his own eyes, he couldn't help but have goosebumps. White. So damn white. It wasn't the kind of praise that was given to boys and girls in human society. This child was so white. The whiteness of the white-faced dancer had exceeded the scope of human praise and had reached the level of horrifying and horrifying. The fairer the flower, the fairer the dancer was. It was impossible to look at her directly. She had such a white face, but her eyes were blood red. If she didn't open her eyes, people might even think that she had no facial features and that her whole face was like the big whiteboard in Mahjong. She didn't need makeup at all and could directly act in a horror movie. As the bamboo hat on her head fell off, her waist-length white hair spread out. Her hair was as white as snow. The military vehicle sped away quickly. Jiang Shao also withdrew his gaze and turned to look at Lin Wanyan. Lin Wanyan was from Ludong province, so she wasn't surprised at all. She had been living in this horrifying atmosphere since she was a child. Lin Wanyan said softly, "Be careful. Don't go looking for its demon. Pay attention to the wooden flute hidden in its straw cape. Once you notice that it's going to attack, you'd better silence it or get rid of it in advance." But Lin Wanyan smiled at Jiang Shao, seemingly comforting him, and said, "I'll guard behind you. Don't worry." All along, Jiang Zhao's age was his natural camouflage. In a team with a clear hierarchy like the Tail Feather Brigade, Jiang Shao was the second in command. However, the soldiers under him, such as Lin Wanyan in front of him, did not follow the rules when communicating with Jiang Shao. Reporting. Yin Yang, Seoul, Dimensional Space Gate. The soldier in the passenger seat said, There were pros and cons. If the holy ground was directly opened, then the mission would be completed by destroying it. All that was left was to hunt down the creatures of other dimensions. However, in a short period of time, when the holy ground was opened, there would be a considerable number of astral beasts of other dimensions entering Earth. If the dimensional space gate was opened in front of them, the number of creatures of other dimensions would be reduced. Moreover, it would be easy for the human soldiers to control the dimensional space gate, but it would take a certain amount of time to search and explore the holy ground inside. Jiang Shao got out of the car with Lin Wanyan, only to see that the victor's legion had already set up a cordon. The screams and cries of the ordinary people could be heard incessantly. The astral beasts had already entered the houses and shops. A team of soldiers entered to rescue the people, while another team of soldiers fought the astral beasts, cordoned off, and controlled the scene. As the saying went, everyone performed their duties in an orderly manner. Clearly, the soldiers were extremely experienced. Jiang Shao did not see the soldiers dressed in the Wasteland Reclaimer's uniform, but he saw a group of soldiers dressed in military green camouflage. The mountain-shattering army. From the development of the Star Warrior world until now, the nature and function of the mountain-shattering army allowed them to completely step onto the stage of history. Jiang Shao turned to look at Lin Wanyan and said, "Follow me in." Lin Wanyan placed the jade flute by her mouth and said, "You're the commanding officer." As soon as she said that, a melodious sound of the flute was heard, drifting in the streets that were filled with wails and wails. It was as if it could fill the entire town. Amidst the soothing sound of the flute, the roars of the astral beasts and the cries of the people gradually became softer. Lin Wanyan closed her beautiful eyes and followed Jiang Shao forward with light steps. It was only a short distance of 12 meters, but as she moved forward, the chaotic street had completely quieted down. Jiang Shao flashed his guardian officer ID and greeted the Victor's Legion, who were guarding the door, as well as the mountain-shattering army, who were about to enter the space gate. He walked toward the space gate and asked, "What song is it?" Lin Wanyin put away the jade flute and said gently, soul-suppressing. Jiang Shao raised his eyebrows slightly and said, "I've never heard of it. It's very nice." Lin Wanyin replied softly, "Yes, I created it myself." Jiang Shao stepped in the space gate and was instantly dumbfounded. In front of him, a humanoid creature that was as black as ink and seemed to be made of black jade was also stunned. The human and the beast were facing each other and were less than a step away from each other. Who was Jiang Shao? He immediately slapped him. Whoosh! The form of the Yin-Yang Soul Warrior changed instantly. Be it his body, the straw cape on his body, or the bamboo hat on his head, they all turned into illusory lines, as if he had turned into a spirit body. A simple note came from behind Jiang Shao. The Yin-Yang Soul Warrior, who was in a spirit body state, staggered backward, and his expression changed. At the same time, Jiang Shao used soul silence, and the illusory lines of the Yin-Yang Soul Warrior were directly smashed out of his body. Jiang Shao suddenly felt someone kicking him. He looked down and saw Lin Wanyin extending her long leg. She placed her ankle on Jiang Zhao's calf and pushed him to the side. Jiang Shao was speechless. "Am I in your way?" Jiang Shao hurriedly took 2 steps to the side. Another note was played. Crack! The sound of jade breaking. It came from the thick straw cape of the Yin-Yang Soul Warrior. The Yin-Yang Soul Warrior had difficulty moving while being imprisoned by soul silence. Lin Wanyin picked up the jade flute in her jade-like hands, and the simple notes gradually turned into a song. The continuous sound of jade breaking came from the thick straw cape of the Yin-Yang Soul Warrior. It was truly a heartbreaking song. The Yin-Yang Soul Warrior was broken just like that by Lin Wanyin's song in front of Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao couldn't help but grin and turned to look at the woman behind him. Lin Wanyin opened her beautiful eyes and nodded at Jiang Shao with a smile. Soul-shattering. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.